I would like to announce that a quorum is present, the meeting is duly called, and a notice that the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 5 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Michelle Alcateb, Dr. Stacy Barker, Dr. Sheila Taylor, and Madison Lopez, and Jenny Prosnick. I've asked board member Ms. Lopez to lead us in prayer.
Would you bow your heads with me? Heavenly Father, thank you so much that you have allowed us to gather here together as leaders in our community to help serve and to love on your children, Lord. I pray that you would allow us vision and just understanding, and that we would go forth with the ability to make the best decisions for this school district. I thank you that you've given us this responsibility to look after your students and your teachers and your staff in this district, and I pray that you would give us the ability to come up with great ideas, to work together, and to serve your kids. Thank you so much for this evening, and I pray that you would protect us. Thank you for allowing our students to celebrate this past weekend and everything that it represents, and I pray that you would just allow us to accomplish your will tonight. And it's in Jesus' precious name I pray. Amen.
The next item on the agenda is to consider a Level 3 student discipline appeal. The board will move into closed session at this time for consultation with board counsel pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, and will then remain in closed session under Sections 551.082 and 551.0821 for the hearing as this grievance. The time is now 5:01 p.m. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 5:35 p.m. Next on the agenda is to consider action on items discussed in closed session. Does any board member have a motion regarding the Level 3 discipline appeal? Ms. Alcatab.
I move that the board deny the appeal and requested remedies.
Is there a second? Ms. Lopez? All those in favor? That vote carries 6-0. I would like to note that Ms. Sells joined us at 5:03 p.m. and closed. We will now be in recess until 6 p.m. We will now return from recess. The time is 6:04 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Allison Lasan, Catherine Sells, Michelle Alcateb, Dr. Stacy Barker, Dr. Sheila Taylor, Madison Lopez, and Jenny Prosnick. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. I've asked board member Dr. Barker to share our mission and vision statements.
Thank you, Madam President. Our mission statement is engaging and inspiring learners and leaders. Our vision statement is all students are confident, equipped with the knowledge and skills to thrive and adapt for their future.
Talking about that a little bit later. Next on the agenda is public comment. We had no speakers this evening. So we will move on to discussion items. The Chief of Staff report. Long-range plan update. Dr. Miller.
All right, good evening, board. So I'm super excited to share an update with y'all, and I have some friends with me. So these are members of our long-range planning committee. So there were 48 committee members that met over three meetings that had extensive work on reflecting on our long-range plan. And so I will remind y'all and recap a little bit, but then I really want their perspectives, takeaways, and voice to come from the experience that we had together. So just a reminder of the purpose of this. This is a recalibration of our long-range plan, not a totally makeover, redo everything. And so we really wanted to look at what is it we need to be adjusting, and then how do we make sure that we're moving forward in the right direction and how we're impacting student outcomes. So we started in October with the board in our Team of 8 training and looking at your input on our current vision, mission, and beliefs and goals that we have. And then this group team took it over from there. We actually conducted listening circles to get feedback from all of our different groups. So there were and they participated, the adults participated in the listening circles, and the students were part of a listening circle. 10 listening circles, over 250 people that they listened to. And then during our long range plan, we really synthesized all of that feedback and what does that mean moving forward. So we're now in April. And at the end of April, remember, we'll come to you with what are the goals and performance objectives and measures that we will use based on the work of this committee for approval in May. So our first meeting, after we did all of the listening circles and stuff, our first meeting was really to reflect on the current plan and look at feedback from y'all in the listening circles to come up with themes and what does that mean we want to emphasize moving forward. And then we actually revised our vision, mission, and beliefs several times throughout the process. We'd land on it and we'd come back and look at it again to make sure there was alignment with everything that we heard. So these are the beliefs that we landed on. If you remember, in March, we came to y'all for some feedback and wordsmith them a little bit. But the themes that really stood out from this, of course, were student learning was important. We had the opportunity to hear from a student panel, and caring staff was just something we heard over and over, as well as we heard that in the listening circles as well. Our commitment to progress, student progress and adult progress on growth, and then a nurturing environment and well-being for all staff and students. And then, of course, accountability of not limiting it to test scores, but what's beyond that. And then shared responsibility being more about authentic partnerships and how we're all being active partners together moving forward to impact our student outcomes. So we're going to start off with our parent spotlight and perspective.
Hi, members of the board. Good evening. My name is Martin Desraj. I have a high schooler and a middle schooler in the LISD. They've gone through from kindergarten, and we've truly enjoyed it, and it's been a pleasure. Mrs. Prosnick, you mentioned about dual language, and they went through the dual language program, which we really appreciate and enjoy having them in. So as a parent, I believe that one of the most important factors for a child's success is the role of family. And studies do tell us that students thrive when they have strong, consistent adults around them who set expectations and provide support and stay engaged in their growth. Hence, one of the things that I was specifically looking for when I came to this process was whether the role of family was clearly acknowledged and reflected, and family in all its forms. And I was really encouraged to see the intentional inclusion of families in our new beliefs, as we just saw, especially the idea that education is a shared responsibility built on authentic partnerships between students, families, staff, and the community. Without these pillars, I don't think it'll be a complete education. And as a parent, being part of this process made me appreciate the board and LISD leadership for seeking input from across the community. And what I heard was not only encouraging, but it was also expanded my own thinking. For example, I knew that LISD offered career and technical education, but it was only after hearing from others that I understood how meaningful and impact some of these pathways are for many students and for their futures. I got to participate in multiple learning circles with different stakeholders, and even listening through, and even though each circle had its own perspective, there were some very consistent themes that emerged from these circles. First, there was a strong belief and a strong desire to provide multiple learning pathways for our students, whether that be in language, arts, college prep, or vocational training. Second, there was a shared belief that students should learn and thrive in a diverse, multicultural environment that reflects the real world. Third, there was a clear emphasis on attracting, supporting, and retaining high-quality teachers. And finally, across all groups, there was alignment on the ultimate goal, preparing students for life after high school, whether that path is college, working at a company, working for the district, or starting their own business. We wanted them to thrive. And we are moving into a world where AI, technology, and rapid change are becoming the norm, where students will need not just knowledge, but critical thinking, adaptability, and the ability to work across diverse environments and people groups, and where success will depend on their ability to learn continuously, navigate complexity, and collaborate with others. Therefore, it is encouraging to see how closely our updated vision, mission, and beliefs that we came up in this exercise aligns with this rapidly changing world and its new needs. And as a parent, it gives me confidence that LISD is not only listening, but moving in the right direction for my kids and for the kids of this community. Thank you.
All right, and you can tell from his statements that we had several other parents in there, and those are the kind of conversations that we had. And Martin was actually a frequent flyer in listening circles, so I was like, can you please come talk about your listening circle? So I really appreciate, he took so much time and dedication into this work, but those were the themes that we kept hearing across the listening circles that we then had conversations with the committee of what does that mean for how we move forward. So thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, so then our second meeting, we again went back and refined our vision, mission, and beliefs based on input. One of the favorite parts about our committee work is we got to listen to the student panel. These are some of the students on the panel, which, I mean, they made us laugh, they made us cry, they made us hopeful, just so inspiring. And you can see the dots in that picture. We really started to prioritize. There's just so much that we thought were important, but then how do you prioritize so that we have a really good target moving forward and we'll be able to make meaningful growth and not just focus on a lot of things. So that was the work of that. And then we started looking at future back perspectives. So look into the future and what is going to be required, kind of what Martin was talking about. And then, so what does that mean we do now in order to help our kids get there? So we landed on our vision and mission, and just tweaked them just a little bit. Empowered was something that was really important. And then imagining, dreaming, not capping you at a certain level, but what does that look like when you imagine the future for wherever you're at? That could be a kindergartner going to first, or a middle schooler going to high school, or we're moving on beyond high school. And then we still loved our mission statement that we have now, but we felt like we needed to add a little bit about what are we engaging, inspiring for, and of course growth was just such a big part of the conversation, and we wanted adults and students to identify with that, and so we added that in pursuit of growth and purpose for that. So now we have some students who are going to share their perspective about this whole process.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Noah Chirinos. I'm a student at the Colony High School. I want to first thank all of you and Dr. Miller for having me here tonight to share my perspective. So throughout our process, we had a lot of opportunities to share our voice, which was something that a lot of students don't get to do. We do use a lot of those surveys throughout the year, just finished one the other day, and the students in schools don't realize that those surveys have the opportunity to share what they have to say. But throughout our process, I got to share with not only Dr. Miller, but parents and teachers how me as a student in the Colony feeder pattern is affected by our small town feel, our traditions, and our pride. I think that's what separates the Colony from the rest of our district, but it does make us one community. So a couple of things that we talked about were our caring staff, which we mentioned in our second belief, which throughout the whole student panel in our second meeting, a lot of us spoke about. Not only was it caring staff, but it was caring students. And so together as students, parents, and faculty, we got to work together to really share that perspective. Let's see, what else did I have to say? So throughout the process, I knew that I was going to share my voice. That was a given, but I didn't know that I was going to get to collaborate so much with faculty and parents, which is something that a lot of students don't get to do very often. So getting to share my perspective with everyone changed my outlook on how things are done in this district. I knew kind of how things were done, but knowing that my perspective wasn't just being heard by members of the board and higher ups, it was being heard by the whole community, really changed my perspective on how things are done. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Ritu Sivakumar. I'm a senior at Flowermound this year. Thank you, Dr. Miller, for having us up here, and thank you all for taking the time to listen. So as Noah was saying, during the long-range planning meetings, us students, we were tasked to basically give our insight on what the vision, mission, and belief statements of LISD should be, and the statements we've landed on focus on how LISD can empower and arm our students in pursuit of their growth and purpose in life. In my own LISD experience, I've been a part of this district from 7th through now 12th grade, and I've only really felt this true support in a couple of my classes, and knowing this, I was able to share my own experience and the truly impactful moments that will help LISD actually achieve these statements we have set out for them. In my high school career, I have taken almost 16 AP classes, and most of these were self-inflicted, but I was not just looking to bolster my class rank or look good for colleges, but actually wanting to learn more about subjects that truly interest me and that I actually have a genuine interest in. And in these pressure cooker environments, support from teachers is sometimes overlooked and taken for granted, and sometimes it's not even there. LASD has truly offered me more opportunities than I could ever thought I'd get and changed the way I see the world in both the positive and negative life. From the student leadership experience to many different clubs at school and even sports, the opportunities within this district are truly bountiful and can create real impact and change to our students. But from a student's point of view, we are under a constant pressure to do well in school, extracurriculars, and life in general, and honestly, some of the teachers just don't get it. And they can come off as just seeing us as a number on a sheet of paper and trying to fuel our want and need to learn. And sometimes a lot of these opportunities are unknown to us. From the student leadership experience, I only knew this because the teacher recommended to me straight to my face and said, I think you'd be good for this, I'll write you the recommendation letter, just fill out this form. But how many kids can actually say, hey, I had a teacher come up to me and said that she thought that I would be good for this? And experiences like this have really changed the way that what I want to do in my life and also how I view our district. But through these vision, mission, and statement beliefs, we need to ensure that students are not only equipped to do well in school, but well in life. After high school, LISD is producing thousands of students who are about to enter the next stage in their life. If at this young age, if they cannot feel supported when it comes, it might be too late in life or something entirely foreign. The ability to share my experience in order to further impact a district that I truly care about gives me hope. As the world changes around us, our school district can adapt and change in order to serve its members in the best way. This continued support and feedback from students can allow for these statements to not actually just be statements, but actions from each one of our students, teachers, and faculty members to actually believe in. Because if they can't, because I only realized that we had these belief statements after working on long-range planning committee, and how many of us truly understand what the purpose of our faculty and teachers are if they don't get to feel the support from every day. So thank you so much.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kara Shen, and I am a senior at Hebron High School. Thank you for having me here and listening this evening, and thank you, Dr. Miller, for inviting me here tonight. I wanted to kind of focus on my experience in the LASC feeder pattern because they both went over some really good topics that we discussed in our mission statement and things like that. I've been in the feeder pattern since elementary school, so I went to Castle Hills all the way to Killian and then to Hebron now. And I just wanted to talk about something that really, I'm a type of person who seeks relationships, and I've really noticed that through Lewisville ISD that there's so many teachers who are there, yes, to teach you and to help educate you, but also there to listen to you and to guide you through whatever may be going on at home or if you're stressed out and things like that. So I think that's really important that LASC does a great job looking for teachers like that and offering so much diversity in clubs. As I am in multiple clubs and in AP classes, I feel like LASC has so many opportunities that are given to students to be interested in what they want to do in their future, what they want to seek in their career and find interests and things like that. I also really enjoyed how we offer the career out. That's one of my favorite events that comes once a year, and the only thing I propose is for the career out to be advertised a little bit better and for it to happen maybe more than once a year because some students may miss the first time it is advertised and brought out to the newsletter and things like that. So I just wish that was put out more, but being in LASC since kindergarten has been such a great blessing, surrounded by such a community full of pride and so much spirit. So I think I've really experienced some great opportunities, great clubs, great organizations, and teachers that have hopefully will be connected to me whenever I graduate and become a big grown-up and do big girl things. But I think just being in the long-range plan, it gave me the opportunity to be able to speak about my voice, and I know this opportunity is not given to all students, but it gives me the opportunity to talk and spread things that other students may not have the opportunity to say, but I can say it through my voice, and it's a great blessing to have this opportunity and something that I hope that other students will see and hear, and hopefully the next generations, they'll get a great mission statement, and LAC will continue to flourish and bloom that it is right now. Thank you.
That was just a little taste of our student panel, so they're so awesome. Okay, and then our final meeting, we had finalized our vision, mission, and beliefs, so we moved on to prioritizing what does that mean for our goals. We looked at some draft goals, and they gave some feedback from there to move forward. We also looked at language for a value proposition, so we'll bring that up in April. That was hard, just as hard as it was for y'all, it was for the committee. It was so fun watching them all try to negotiate their conversations at their tables of what they really were passionate about. And then we also had staff stay after for the lesson. We got input on our survey and how we do so. We asked parents and students as well, but then we really wanted to ask staff some different direction that we wanted to go, so we'll bring that in April as well. So, and then we have a staff teacher perspective to wrap up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miller, and thank you guys for having me. I can do this in front of fourth graders all day, but I am super nervous right now in front of adults. I'm Valerie Worley. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Valley Ridge Elementary. I'm also a parent of 2 LASD students who are both they're pre-K and second grade. So they're littles, and so I think I've had a very interesting perspective being able to come from the teacher side and then also from the parent side. I've been in LASD for 15 years. This is my 15th year teaching, which is crazy because I'm only 25, so I don't really know how that's possible. But, so I have really seen the tide turn in education, and I've really seen so many changes in LASD from 2011 until now. And I do have to say so much has happened since Dr. Rapp has been, our superintendent, and just being able to see so many positive changes. One of the things that I think was so important to me is that when you get on social media and you hear, about public education right now, there's a lot of strife when it comes to public education. There's a lot that you can get on social media and hear the negative and about teachers not having a voice, but I can say wholeheartedly and, very passionately, but that is not the way that it is in LASD. LASD gives everyone a voice, and being able to have parent voices, student voices, my voice, and list all of those listening circles. It wasn't just the committee of 40-something people. There was, hundreds plus, like Kara was saying, it's her voice based on all of her circles and her activities. And so the fact that LASD has given so many of us a voice to be able to come together to think about what the future of our district looks like is just such a powerful thing. I know I was brought to tears when the students were talking, and 15 years in with 2 littles at home, it's been hard. And so they really truly lit a fire in me that I hope I can take back to my own campus. And so I think that that's just something that is so important. And that was something that I really walked away with. Let's see, I made some notes, but I knew I was going to kind of go off. So I think, the highlights for me were being able to rewrite the mission, vision, and beliefs, and just being a part of that was not something that I took lightly. It was something that I'll definitely remember forever. I think, like I said, it's not just the voices that were in that room. So many voices were taken into account as we were, thinking about our future as a district. And so as a teacher and as a parent, I just can't say enough positive things about LASD and being able to use my voice and input. So I'm not only excited about the future of our district from a teacher perspective, but also from a parent perspective as well. So thank you guys so much, and thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so that was kind of our committee and a brief overview of everything we did. So right now, our departments are looking at their recommendations and their input in designing what does that new scorecard look like, what are measures that we need to add, we need to change, we need to do differently, because we learned a lot from the last 3 years. And then at the April 29th special meeting, half of that time will be about the long-range plan, and we'll bring drafts of all those things to get input from you, and then May will be when we approve the new plan. So that's it for our presentation, if you all have any questions.
Are there any comments or questions? Dr. Barker.
I know I said this the last time that you presented, but I'm going to take every opportunity to continue to say this. This was such a well-done process. And I do strategic planning for a living. That's a big part of my role. And so to see this process come together, and like all of you mentioned, it wasn't a rubber stamp process. There was so much, I was in every one of those meetings, and there was so much back and forth and argue. I got told to go away from one table because they were in the thick of it. So it was a beautifully well-done process, and I want to say thank you to every member of the committee because they really locked in, as Dr. Miller told them to do, and they worked really, really hard, and because of that, we are seeing the fruits of that. So great job to you and to all of the committee members.
So a couple things. Noah, Ritu, and Kara, could you tell us what you're doing next year since you're going to be leaving us in May? Would you share, if you know?
I will be a student at LSU in Baton Rouge, majoring in biological sciences with a concentration in secondary education.
Wow, very nice.
I will be going to Tarleton State University to be doing animal science and biology, and then moving to Texas A&M my sophomore year to become a veterinarian.
Very good.
I will be going to the University of Texas at Austin to major in economics and hopefully double major in stats as well.
Well, we're very proud of you. We're very proud of all of our students, but I also want to thank all the committee members and know that all of your voices have a footprint on this. And if I had $1 for every time someone said opportunity, we would not have a deficit. So I thank you all so much for your participation. I thank you for coming here and sharing your experience. It is a shared responsibility, and you take that responsibility by sharing your view and your circles. Kara, you talked about your circles and your point of view. So thank you all so very much. And Dr. Miller, you're still up with the Student Leadership Experience Update.
Yes, I have another exciting group coming up to join me, so if they want to come on up. All right, so really excited to have this conversation about the student leadership experience. Yeah, wherever y'all want to sit. Okay, so remember, this conversation really started with y'all and the wanting to have a program that really engaged students in a different way about developing leadership and inspiring them to how they make a difference in their community, so on campus, off campus, their circles of influence again, and what does that look like? So this program was started from scratch last year. These were juniors that came in, so we're really close now and they're all leaving. So I thought instead of me telling you what we did and what the experience was about and give you an update, I asked them if they would be comfortable sharing from the student experience about that. And then Will and Colby are here to talk about what does that mean next up for this based on the past 2 years. So we do have another set of juniors that are in the program right now, and they'll be going next year to seniors. And then this group of students, they started their junior year and they're now seniors. So y'all can take it away.
Hi, my name's Callie. I go to Flowermont High School. I'm a senior, like Dr. Miller said, and we just wrapped up our last year of SLE, so I want to thank you for giving us a chance to come talk about this amazing experience, and also for giving us the opportunity to get back together one more time, because it's probably the last time I'm going to see any of these people again. You know, we're all split up at different high schools. So anyone who's ever met me will tell you that I am the most talkative person they've ever come into contact with, and I'm a little bit nervous, so I tend to talk a little bit more, so I will try to be sensible with your time. But no, my whole life I've had a lot of opinions and a lot of things to say, but before joining SLE, I'm not sure I said too much of importance. I think I had this impression of the world in my early years of high school that the world itself was too much for me, that I was too young and too ill-prepared to get involved or to go after the things I was passionate about. I had so many thoughts about so many issues and so many things I wanted to speak out about, but I felt like I needed to grow up first. Like I couldn't be a leader until I was older, until I graduated high school, or until I felt ready for it. When I joined SLE, my perspective shifted. Dr. Miller showed me that leadership is something we are constantly learning, not something we wait to appear within us. She showed us that we already had qualities to be leaders, and not only encouraged us to use the new skills we were learning, but to use the skills we already had. When our speakers would come talk to us, they would talk about their jobs and their causes and their passions with such determination and hope. And more importantly, they would talk to us like we could do anything. They spoke to us not as children, but as the future, the next generation of change makers. I've never been so inspired as I was during those SLE meetings, as I was shown over and over again that the only person holding me back was me. And if I could believe in myself as much as Dr. Miller and our speakers did, I could accomplish anything. I've always known how to talk, but SLE showed me my voice. SLE taught me to put myself out there, that asking and being told no is always better than never asking. It taught me to reach out to others, to never be afraid to be outspoken, and to never back down for something that you care about. I cannot say that 2 years ago, before SLE, I would have the confidence to sit here before you talking about this program that I love, but I do now. I could talk endlessly about all the changes I found within myself, but before I run over my time limit, I want to acknowledge the contributions of another important group, my fellow students. Forming bonds with a group of people so confident, so passionate, and so kind has had the greatest effect on me of all. SLE has given me a community of people that I admire and that I strive to emulate in my everyday life. I remember even after my very first meeting, I had moments where I would remember their determination and conviction and try to speak up just as I watched them do. I feel so lucky that I got to be a part of SLE, and so lucky that this year I got to help the juniors in their new leadership experience, and so incredibly lucky to have met Dr. Miller and my fellow students. I can only hope that the district continues this program for many years to come, and that I am invited back as a guest speaker someday.
Hi everyone, my name is Monica Ahadi and I am a senior at Hebron High School, and I just wanted to start off by thanking the district for everything they've given me. I mean, I came to this district from a private school coming into the 8th grade, and I definitely would not have expected that my face would be displayed in the Bolin Center with a QR code under it. I have grown up a little bit, but regardless of the point, I'm just so grateful for everything this district has given me. So these past 2 years, I've been given the amazing opportunity to be a member of the inaugural group of the Student Leadership Experience cohort. Throughout this program, I've gained self-confidence, learned how to be an exceptional leader, and most impactful to me, made lifelong connections which led to extraordinary opportunities. As an aspiring educator, possibilities emerged by being in the Bolin Center alone. The most impactful connection I have been with is Dr. Miller. By using the networking skills I learned in this very cohort, I have had opportunities I never could have dreamt of. Because of Dr. Miller alone, I have been able to intern for the district, be featured in various LISD videos and promotions, volunteer at events like the Enrollment Fair or the Inspire Conference, and have been able to have my voice heard in the Long Range Planning Committee. All of these doors have been opened to me by just one person. When combining these opportunities with the people I have met along the way, my spark to becoming the best teacher has only been further ignited. I have met so many amazing community members, educators, admin, board members that have all impacted me. Meeting them left me full of advice and beyond inspired. All of these experiences and connections have not only set me up for success in the present moment, but also for my future. This past weekend, when I was talking to an education program faculty member at my future university, she was actually really astonished and taken away by all my opportunities and connections. And I am proud to say I wouldn't be in this position without the student leadership experience. As I am walking away from my time in this district as a student, I'm looking forward to hopefully returning to Lewisville ISD after my studies to inspire the next generation of learners and leaders, just like I have been inspired myself.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I'm a senior at Marcus High School. Thank you to Dr. Miller for asking me to be here tonight, and thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. As a part of the student leadership program, we were tasked with finding a nonprofit organization to help in any way that they needed. For my community service project, I chose the LASD Dress to Learn Closet. From what I had heard, it sounded like an amazing opportunity to give back to my community within the district. I took a friend with me for the first time for emotional support. When we got there, we were taught how to sort, label, and properly organize clothes. It was 2 of the most cathartic hours I've ever experienced. The environment is so calming and therapeutic, but it's also fulfilling. I knew I was making a difference, even if it was small. After our service had ended, my friend turned to me and asked if we could go back. I was thinking the same thing, and so we did go back. We made time 1 to 2 Saturdays a month to go and work at the closet. While we were there, we helped a team of other volunteers slowly sort through giant piles of donated clothes. Seeing the community give so much to this closet to help kids less fortunate or in difficult situations gave me hope that there's still good people in this world, and they're our neighbors. During the winter months, we packaged requests submitted by counselors for students who needed help staying warm during the winter. As I pulled heavy coats, hats, and gloves for these kids, I not only felt rewarded by helping those in need, but it also gave me perspective, making me more grateful for all I have, because growing up, I never had to worry about whether or not I'd have a coat for winter. We still go on Saturdays and volunteer, like we've been doing for months. We'll even be going this Saturday before we go to our prom. I'm so appreciative for the opportunity to serve this amazing nonprofit, and my takeaways are as follows. Hours spent volunteering are hours best spent. Volunteering is fun, especially when you bring a friend, and it's even encouraged to do so. Volunteering checks privilege. And most importantly, when you volunteer, you've made a difference in someone's life. And that's something we should all strive to do, no matter how big or small. Overall, SLE has given me so much. Dr. Miller has taught me so many helpful leadership skills and inspired us all to be great leaders. I've made valuable connections with those from other high schools I would have never had the opportunity to meet. And finally, I've learned the importance of community service and made a difference in others' lives. So that is why I am so grateful for Dr. Miller and SLE, because I've become a better leader these past 2 years.
Okay, y'all, first of all, it's not me. I just brought in all the speakers. So I just networked and connected them to people. Some of y'all were speakers to them too. But their junior year, the first year, the very first time we met in September, remember I gave them sticky notes and I said, what is it that you want to get out of this program for the next 2 years? And the number one thing was confidence. And now look at them. They're like, yes, confidence and that they didn't know that their voice mattered were the top two things that they wanted to get out of the program. So. Okay, so we had this experience with them for the past 2 years. It's limited to 4 or 5 students from each high school, so it's a smaller cohort. So at the same time this is going on, we have this experience with the Leadership Summit with Stephen Mackey over here with them, and so we started talking of how do we expand this and blend that together? What might that look like? So they're going to talk a little bit about their Leadership Summit reflections on their experience, and then we'll talk about how we're going to put it together.
Well, first off, you three did an amazing job. That is a tough act to follow, so well done. I want to talk a little bit about our Student Leadership Summit that we participated with Stephen Mackey and Marcus Football. It was a very unique type of leadership training. It was competitive. It was engaging. It challenged our student athletes to not only be great teammates, but it also gave them the tools to be able to lead themselves. I had the opportunity to sit at a table and observe one of our freshman football players, which would have been one of the youngest players in the room. And I watched him lead in a way that was not overbearing, it was not loud, but it was very intentional. There was a student athlete at the table that was very shy. He did not want to participate in any open discussions, and his teammate made sure to ask him first what his thoughts were, what his opinions were on all the topics, and it really created a space for this student athlete to be valued and to be heard. And to me, that just embodied what the Leadership Summit was all about, and it's truly just how we show up for each other every single day. And it also solidified for me that our students are fully capable of creating positive and connected cultures that we want in all of our campuses across all of our programs in Lewisville ISD. You could not be in that room and not have your tank full. I know Dr. Rapp was able to spend a lot of the day with us and super excited about what the new initiative looks like with Stephen Mackey, and he is over the moon to come and work with our students across the district.
Okay, well, good evening, and I'm a little intimidated going after you guys. You guys did so well, and I would just say any time that we've spent, I've seen Dr. Miller work with these student leadership groups, and the work she does is truly amazing, and it's just all about what the last group was talking about, what you said, Madam President, about giving our students a voice and bringing their circle into our conversations, and as you know, our students have a different perspective, and it's one that we have to have. They can see things we don't see. Sometimes they'll have solutions we may not have because they don't see the limitations that we might see. And those solutions work many times. And so I think that the stronger connections that we have with our administration, with our teachers to our students, and we're having authentic conversations like you've been a part of, it just makes our organization stronger, and it creates those authentic relationships that our kids so desperately need to succeed in life, and it helps us run our school district and our campuses in a better way. And so I would say when I was there at the Stephen Mackey opportunity that we did with the football team at Marcus, that along with Coach Davis, you saw a lot of students step up and have a voice that maybe would not have if we didn't have an intentional way of making that happen. And the things that they said were amazing. And we have students just like these amazing students at all of our campuses and all of our organizations. And it reminded me of some of the work that I had done previously when I was a high school principal with our student advisory group. And one of the things that we've seen happen with our student advisory groups across the district is that when you have students intentionally chosen for opportunities like this that represent different circles of students, you see connections outside of that student advisory group in the hallways, at student events, that you see connections that would not happen otherwise. And you might have an athletes and a fine arts student, two students that maybe wouldn't have had connection before, get to know each other, and how powerful it is to see a little fist bump in the hallway, between our student groups. And it makes our campuses more inclusive. It makes us a lot more aware of what our students need. And it helps them be a part of creating the environment that they need at school, which is all we want to do. So I'm really excited about where Dr. Miller is going with this, and happy to help in any way that I can. So thanks.
Okay, so we have a little video from Stephen Mackey, and he's going to help us expand our program. So we're going to share that with you, and then share with you what we're going to do after. Can I start it by?
Hey, Lewisville ISD Board of Trustees. My name is Stephen Mackey, and I'm the founder of 2 Words Character Development, one of the largest character and leadership development programs in the country. And I am so grateful for the opportunity to work alongside Lewisville ISD and the athletic department, but also the district as a whole. When I started 2 Words Character Development in 2017, I've been a volunteer for 7 years, volunteering to give back to my local community and help student athletes connect the dots between sports and life. I saw this incredible talent and discipline and ability to learn from these young men in the game of football. But the moment that they stepped into the classroom or the hallway, it was like they became a different person. It was like they lost those skills. And so my aim as a volunteer over those 7 years was to simply help those student athletes connect the dots between sports and life. That if they could take the same discipline and work ethic and ability to learn that made them successful on the football field and apply it to the classroom or to the hallway, they could not only be great athletes, but they could become great students and great leaders. And if they could do that in high school, then it could lay a foundation for success for the rest of their life. And in 2017, I set out a goal. I called it a March to 1 million. What would it take to reach 1 million student athletes, coaches, and their families, and to help them connect the dots between sports and life? We're getting ready to start year 10, and over those 9, almost 10 years, we've gone well beyond our March to 1 million. We've kept the same vision, but our mission has grown in scope. Now we don't just help student athletes connect the dots between sports and life. Now we help emerging leaders, the next generation of leaders, take the space that they're in, choir, band, theater, art, and use that as the leadership academy to help them become leaders in the game of life. We've reached over 2.5 million students, athletes, coaches, educators, and their families since 2017. And this expansion of our scope really came because of a conversation that I had with a young lady. She said, Coach Mackey, everybody calls me a leader, but nobody's taught me how to lead. She said, everybody says that I'm a leader because I'm really talented. I'm fast, I'm smart, I'm popular. And because of all these things, they tell me I'm a leader, but never once have they taught me what I should do to actually lead. That simple statement really became a watershed moment in my work.
All right, so with that, we're going to expand our plan is to expand the program next year to get 25 to 30 students per campus involved in that. So we want to vary it out, as you heard, targeting all of our different clubs and what does that look like. And then also this group, they had to apply to be in it. So we also have put at-large spots in there too. So someone who might not be part of an organization can also apply to be in it. So having a very diverse group of students and different grade levels. So we want some freshmen and sophomores in there talking with everybody, as well as our juniors and seniors. So, and then we plan to work with Stephen to do quarterly summits. So the learning of leadership happens with him. But then something that I didn't do with this group that I think is going to be really impactful for us moving forward is working at the campus level and with the principals of what did we learn in our leadership things, and then what does that look like back on campus, and giving them space. They found some space, but it wasn't intentional of how we did that, and now having intentional. So how does that impact your campus, and what does that look like in the different clubs and organizations that you're part of? So that is our plan moving forward. We're getting ready to get our applications and all that stuff ready to go so that we'll know by the end of this year who's in it, and we've already secured dates with Mackey for next year. So with that, that's our update if y'all have any questions.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Sells?
I just wanted to say, when I first heard that you were naming it Student Leadership Experience, I thought that was brilliant. And from hearing these 3 students, it showed, because you can sit in a class, you can sit in a seminar, you can sit in a session like many of us do at our conventions and our SLI. And I guarantee you we'd have trouble remembering something to tell you. But an experience stays with you. And I think that just from hearing everyone speak, it's a key. And I just want to say thank you. I'm kind of jealous that my kiddos didn't get the opportunity to maybe be a part of this, but I'm looking forward to seeing what these students in this cohort and next year's really do. And I would challenge you students to remember that as you become leaders, in whether you're in a classroom teaching or in an organization leading, that you remember what brought you to this point, and that it really is those memories and those experiences that are going to be impactful, not so much just being told. And so thank you so much.
Dr. Taylor?
Such a great program, and it was wonderful to be a part of that and to come and speak to everybody. Just so impressed with how well they've done. I did have a question about the growth of the program. You mentioned, I guess, 25 to 30 students per campus. How many did you have for this inaugural group from each campus?
We had 4 or 5. We started off with 5 from each campus, so there was 25 total across the whole district.
Gotcha. Okay, understood. And then I'll just let our board president ask you the questions she asked the other students.
Are there any other questions? So Ms. Lopez.
Just a comment. First off, thank you all for being here. You guys did amazing. But Dr. Miller, I just wanted to say thank you. Your passion and your commitment just bleeds into everything you do, including these students. And I think that came across so genuinely and so perfectly. So thank you for all that you do and for equipping and inspiring the leaders of today, not just tomorrow. And so I'm very excited to see what you all do after you graduate from LISD. I had a quick question. The application process, what does it currently entail? And with the expansion, do you see that changing in any way, and what that might look like? So currently they apply, we started off as juniors, so all incoming juniors or rising juniors could apply. So there are a couple questions just about why is this important to you. We really tried to target people who weren't overcommitted, so they had space to learn and grow and that kind of thing. There was a teacher recommendation as part of that process also. They had to recommend a teacher that then I reached out and got some recommendations on that. And then there was a rubric. So if y'all remember 2 years ago, several of y'all actually read all of those. It was anonymous. There was a rubric that they scored, and that's how they got into the program. So moving forward, because we want to be intentional about having a blend of different representation, we're working through right now of like, so the athletes, like we want a couple from each different program, so we'll have like a coach recommendation for a couple of them. We want some principal, we have spots for like a principal recommendation, so if you have an advisory, who's someone from your advisory. We have some fine arts, so we kind of chunked it out on different clubs and stuff. And then we have also the at-large, which will be similar to the process we use with them, where anyone can apply for that, so it wouldn't be just juniors. But as for all of them, recommendation will be part of that, because I think one of the things, what they've grown so much is that they came with they didn't know at the time they had an open mind, but they were wonderful. Those that you talk to them, they just were trying to take it all in, and so you want, that kind of, and they'll miss a little bit of class time, and so, making sure that they're the right student we're pulling out so that they can take advantage of that.
So I will begin with the students. What are you doing after May?
I'm going to the University of Connecticut to major in political science pre-law, and then I'm hoping to go to law school after that.
I'm still undecided on a university, but I know I will be studying neurology and neuroscience to eventually become a doctor in neurology.
I will be studying early childhood education at Colorado State University.
Well, I'm very proud of all three of you. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the origin of where this came from. Ms. Sells and I went down to Galveston, and I saw a group of students that were in a leadership program. And on our long drive back from Galveston, I was like, I really want to do this. And so this is a part of what leadership looks like. I came back and I spoke to my superintendent. And I said, what do you think? Do you think we could do something like this? And she was like, go talk to Dr. Miller. And we had a conversation with the ISD that did it. And she looked at me and was like, oh, I can do this in an afternoon. I can get you the framework. And so I went back and I said, well, Dr. Miller, I said, you're this is the district's thing. I mean, as I always say, I'm just the idea person. I'm never the person to make it happen. And a leader made the call and made the decision and chose the right person. That's in the part of leadership, chose the right person to lead it. So, as I often say, through a rock, and you never know where those ripples are going to lead. I think this is, I've been so proud of this cohort and so proud of the work that you've done and the work that you all have done. I've gotten to visit you all a couple of times, and it's interesting to see how quiet you are in September and how loud you are by the time March rolls around, which is always good. I'm excited to see what Mr. Mackey will bring to the process. I won't lie, he talked a lot about athletes. And one of the things that I loved about when this started was that it was for kids who were not necessarily overbooked, right? They weren't the president of their clubs. They weren't in 150 AP classes and things like that. They were kids who had not necessarily had an opportunity for leadership. And I want to make sure that it is, I won't lie, that's my little germ in there, that I want to make sure that those are still the kids. And I know we have those kids in athletics too. I'm not foolish. But that's what I'd wanted, because I believe we have lots of leadership opportunities on our campuses for students to participate in. And I didn't want this to be another thing for them to do. I wanted this to be a little something different. And I'm so proud of the program that you've built. And I had said this to Dr. Rapp, that we planted a few seeds and had a beautiful planter box, and you all are beautiful flowers in a planter box, and now we're going to plant a garden. And I am excited to see where that garden grows. grows. And I am so grateful for you all taking the leap and letting a teacher say, you should go do this. And you're like, hey, I get out of class probably, and that's probably what is the inspiration. But I hope that you took more from it in that you got to meet some people probably across the district that you wouldn't have met. And I hope that you took from it the most important thing, and that is that somebody saw a leader in you. And don't ever forget what that felt like when you see it in others. Let them know. Thank you all so very much. So proud of y'all. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Oh, you're still here. You're here for the audit report.
I got one more, and I don't have a crew with me, so this one's going to be really short. All right, so the yes, the audit. I'm like, what's that thing called? Okay, so the audit update. It's in board book for y'all. The overview is, and then all the details and notes I put in board notes for you. So you will see that there was some change in status, and several of them in procurement. Things moved along or were in the developing stage based on being hold. So. That's really good. A lot of the contract management and the P-card things were moved over into the established systems in place now. There was some progress in HR and developing different things. So, we started moving again with some of the salary comparison stuff, so which got us moving along on some of those recommendations. And then though there weren't quite as much movement right now with transportation, now that things are settling down and we have in-house, we'll start moving those. You'll see when we do another update in October, there'll be changes on some of those as well. So that's really all I have. We're highlighting the updates that happened since our October check-in.
Any comments, questions? I do have one, which I think would be maybe a charge for the audit committee next year, and that's a time frame of getting things moved on this. Like you said, transportation, like I have it highlighted just in my notes that doesn't seem like we did a lot. And so, but in the same way that we do like a year at a glance for the board, perhaps something on it's like this year we're going to really concentrate here. This board has some work to do on some of our goals that we've let sit, if you will, out in the metaverse, if you will. But I do think like a year at a glance of, because this is a very comprehensive list, you can't do everything at once. But like knowing that transportation, for example, we're going to really start looking at that summer, fall of 26. Something along those lines, I think would be helpful. And I don't know if that's a audit committee or if it's administration or a partnership or both, mixture of that. So that's my comments. You can go sit down now. Congratulations. Next up of our Chief of Schools report, Guidance and Counseling Annual Update. Ms. Litchfield.
Good evening, President Prosnick, Dr. Rapp, and Board, or Dr. Prosnick, I don't know, right? I know. We're here tonight to share the Guidance and Counseling Annual Update, and I'm going to turn the presentation over to our new Director of Guidance and Counseling, Dr. Aaron Walter, and to Amber Taylor, our SAP and Choices Coordinator.
Thank you so much, Ms. Litchfield. Good evening, Dr. Rapp, Madam President Prosnick, and School Board. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update on our guidance and counseling program. I'd like to begin by introducing our administrative team that's leading our guidance and counseling department. While this is definitely a new team, it's one that's grounded in strong experience, fresh perspective, and a shared commitment to supporting the whole child. My name is Aaron Walter, and after serving as the department's coordinator, I'm honored to now step into the role of Director of Guidance and Counseling for Lewisville ISD. I am especially grateful for this opportunity because this district is home to me. I had the opportunity and privilege of attending Lewisville ISD from kindergarten through 12th grade, and after leaving for college, I returned to complete my student teaching. Since then, I've had the opportunity to serve this district in a variety of roles. as a teacher, a counselor, and now as a district administrator. There's truly no place I'd rather be than serving the community that invested so much in me, both as a student and as an educator. We recently welcomed 2 new coordinators to our department. Tiffany Blackwood joins us after serving most recently as a school counselor at Griffin Middle School and will be supporting our pre-K through 8th grade programs. And Claudia Smith comes to us most recently from Lewisville High School, where she also served as a school counselor and will lead our 9th through 12th grade efforts.
Good evening, Dr. Rapp, President Prosnick, and Board. My name is Amber Taylor, and I serve as the department's coordinator for SAP Choices and several other programs. I'm grateful for this role and the opportunity to serve the district that I also attended from kindergarten through 12th grade. After college at the Colony High School in someone's first few years of teaching. Yes. After college, I returned as a teacher for many years before moving into the counseling department and this coordinator role. I am also the proud parent of an LISD grad who now works for LISD, as well as a current 2nd grader. I'm truly honored to get to serve in this role in the community that grew me.
And I feel like I have to say now that I'm part of the long maroon line because I was an LHS grad. I know I've got some solidarity over here on this side of the table. Well, to just jump right into the start of our presentation tonight, really at the heart of our work is a simple but powerful idea, and that's that every student is one choice away from a different path.
When families choose our district, they are choosing a system that supports the whole child, from academics and well-being to future planning and everything in between. We build strong relationships to support students, guide their academic success, and prepare them to connect today's choices with their future opportunities.
As you likely recall seeing this chart in prior years, the scope of our department is broad, creating opportunities for staff, students, and families so that students are ready to learn. These opportunities don't happen by chance. They are intentionally designed by the guidance and counseling team. Our team is made up of professional school counselors who hold a master's degree in school counseling and are certified by SBEC, student assistance counselors who hold a master's degree and hold a licensure in the mental health field, and other specialized staff. You'll see some of these one-choice moments in action on this slide. Whether it's our back-to-school fair, our dual credit opportunities, prevention and wellness initiatives, or parent education, each touch point is a moment where a staff member, student, and or family can make a meaningful choice. We love partnering with other district departments, our school board, and community partners to serve our students and our families.
Our work centers on 3 core pillars: academic planning, college, career, and military readiness, and student mental health and well-being. Each area represents critical decision points where students benefit from guidance, clarity, and support, and we partner closely with families to ensure students feel encouraged and empowered along the way.
So for academic planning, it's one of the most consistent ways that we influence student success. When students understand their path and see how their choices connect to graduation and beyond that, they are more confident and more likely to stay on track. This proactive approach allows us to identify needs early, provide that targeted guidance, and keep students moving towards their goals. College, career, and military readiness, or CCMR, ensures students graduate with a clear plan and the skills to succeed in their chosen path. This work begins in elementary school with foundational skills and self-awareness, and then intentionally builds through middle school with career exploration via our tech center field trips and goal setting via our personal graduation plans, also known as PGPs. Culminating in high school, where students engage in further personalized planning and access to real-world opportunities. Our counseling department is leading this effort, owning the CCMR initiatives by actively guiding students at every stage. We partner with local colleges to offer dual credit options and provide pathways such as the automatic admission to the University of North Texas through the Eagle Advantage program, expanding access and opportunity for our students. This intentional focus connects education to life beyond high school, empowering students and families to make informed decisions and opening doors to long-term success. And last but not least, student mental health and well-being are essential to student success and learning. Through proactive, state-mandated guidance lessons, we equip students with the skills to manage emotions, build resilience, and make healthy choices. When challenges arise, our teams respond quickly and partner with families to ensure student safety and stability, creating an environment where every student can learn and thrive. So we're going to jump into some slides that show some data here. And that really, these slides are going to show a little bit of the scale of our work that we do. While each number represents a data point, we also know that it represents a student, a conversation, a moment of support, a decision. And while obviously it's important, the data matters and it talks, what matters most is what it represents. And that's students staying on track, preparing for their future, and finding support along the way.
As you know, our back-to-school fairs connect thousands of students and families to essential resources before the school year even starts, setting the stage for success. Each year we work with LISD departments and community partners to plan an event that supports students and families in preparing for the new school year. This year we're excited to partner again with Hedrick Middle School and to grow our reach with increased communication. So please mark your calendars for July 30th for this year's fair.
This slide shows our responsive services data over the last handful of years. This includes data on outcries such as suicidal ideation, non-suicidal self-injury, and expressions of violent behavior. This data reflects the increasing need for mental health and crisis support and the critical role our team plays in responding to these needs.
And this slide shows our office visit touchpoint data over time. These numbers highlight the sheer volume of student interactions and the accessibility of our support systems. With the board's encouragement and support on tracking at least 2 touch points per student each year, the data demonstrates that our team consistently goes above and beyond to connect with and support every student.
This slide shows our professional school counselor time tracker data. It demonstrates our alignment with state expectations and our commitment to prioritizing counseling duties that impact student success. The Texas model for comprehensive school counseling categorizes counselor responsibilities into direct and indirect student services, including guidance, individual planning, responsive services, and system support, focusing on the holistic development of each student. This data illustrates how our professional school counselors' time is strategically allocated to maximize student outcomes while meeting those state standards. In addition, recognition such as the Counselors Reinforcing Excellence for Students in Texas, also known as the CREST Award, presented by the Texas School Counselor Association, highlights schools that demonstrate exceptional commitment to comprehensive and effective counseling programs, of which 40 of our campuses were honored with this prestigious state award this year and will be recognized at the upcoming board meeting next week. Yeah, next week. Here we go.
Right, this slide highlights our targeted programs that are designed to positively impact student behavior, overall well-being, attendance, and graduation outcomes. These programs provide support through direct work with students, ongoing professional learning for staff, and meaningful engagement opportunities for families. We are proud to partner closely with campuses to ensure these supports are aligned, accessible, and respond to the needs of each campus, and we look forward to working more closely with them and opportunities in growing those partnerships.
To round out our data slides, this one reflects our proactive approach to teaching state-mandated guidance and advisory lessons. Across all grade levels, our guidance and advisory lessons take a proactive approach to ensure student well-being and success. Depending on the grade level, students engage in developmentally appropriate lessons focusing on character building, digital citizenship, wellness, prevention, and future readiness, all designed to equip students with the skills to thrive. We view parents as essential partners in supporting students' growth and success. We've established transparent processes to keep parents fully informed about guidance and advisory lesson content. This includes providing parent previews of all of our lessons, clear communication about the curriculum and when it's going to be taught, and obtaining parental consent as needed. Our commitment is to ensure families have meaningful access to information and opportunities to engage, reinforcing that trust and collaboration between home and school.
Behind every data point is a story. a student who was struggling, unsure, or disconnected, but made one choice, to talk to a counselor. That one decision can lead to confidence, a plan, and a completely different outcome, and this is the impact of our work.
As part of our One Choice commitment to excellence, we proactively monitor critical updates and changes that impact our students and families. Our team is actively monitoring and staying engaged with updates on topics such as the anticipated TEA release of an updated edition of the Texas Model for Comprehensive School Counseling to ensure that we are keeping our guidance programs effective and compliant. TEA's transition to a statewide standardized GPA system in response to Senate Bill 1191, and how we can ensure fair implementation, clear communication, and policy alignment so that students and families are informed of this shift and the impact it will have. We're also fully engaged in the SIS transition from Skyward to Cumulative, working closely with district teams to guarantee data accuracy and seamless service for our students and families. With the launch of LISD Everywhere, introducing additional virtual and hybrid learning, our team is collaborating with other district departments to ensure students receive high-quality instruction, appropriate support, and positive student outcomes across all learning environments. And finally, we are always reflecting on ways to better support our students by continuously evaluating program impact, monitoring evolving student needs, and adjusting our strategies to ensure equitable access and positive outcomes. This vigilant monitoring reflects our dedication to providing one clear, strong pathway for all students amid evolving educational requirements. We are privileged to serve our students and families as part of this incredible district, working alongside a school board that is supportive and deeply invested in their success. Every day, our counseling team has the honor of guiding, advocating for, and celebrating students across LISD, and we are grateful to do this together under one shared vision, one choice, one LISD, where every student has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for your time and continued support of our students and counseling programs.
Thank you so much. You give new meaning to grow your own. Ms. Sells, do you have a question? Ms. Sells?
Can you go back to the slide on the back to school fair? Does the 2025 number, does that include the students that were then served on their campus after the fair? Do we know why the number dropped? Is it because we switched to the weekday instead of the weekend, and is there any discussion?
So we had some anecdotal evidence that the day of the week did not affect it, but we are going to look at an actual full survey this year, even kind of putting QR codes as they exit, so if they want to give us immediate feedback, and then sending a follow-up email to everyone that was signed up. We did hear some kind of fear around asking for help this year, and so we think some of the numbers may have gone down there. We also are working on communication. We want to make sure we're getting everything out, getting campuses the information early in May. We're setting May 1st for the registration opening this year. And that way counselors, kind of as they do with Angel Tree, can sit down with their students and help get them signed up. So we're hoping that will help.
Are the hours going to be the same this year then?
We were planning to shift it from, I think we did 4 to 8 last
Yes.
year, shifting it a little bit to 3 to 7. So it still gives you the overlap if you work during the day and you need to come after, or if you work at night and want to come before. And then, of course, the option to have it delivered to your campus if families can't make it.
Okay.
I do think, Ms. Sells, one of the things that we constantly have to analyze and think about is where do our families feel safest to come to get support? And we may find that may be more so at the campus and less at large events. So that's just something for us to continue to monitor and watch.
And if I may add, we also looked at the information that we were requiring for registration for that type of event, and knowing that there is some where the comfortability lies of where people can ask for that help, eliminating any question that may cause some pause. So only the direct information that's needed.
Okay, thank you for doing that. That's just a drop that gives me pause because I know some that didn't come. So,
one other quick comment too, just I hadn't thought about it earlier, but We did have a good return on volunteers at that time frame. We had struggled on the Saturdays for volunteers. That's another data point that we're watching. But also, I think more and more people now are entering into the space of supporting back-to-school types of supplies. Communities and Schools, North Texas, has always done that, and then we've benefited from that as well on the other side. But we talk a lot about Denton County's very blessed with a lot of nonprofits, and when this started in 2018, it wasn't as much of a need that was addressed. And now it is more common to see more and more people address school supplies, backpacks. CCA has an effort where you can go and get clothes and get help shopping. So that may be something else just to revisit too, that, maybe it set a trend in motion in our community that might also impact service.
Well, and I also know that for us on the east side, the Colony had a huge push, and I think it was the Saturday right after last year. And so I don't even know if many people came from that east side for that because they were being provided over there. And so I think that even though these numbers give me pause, I think maybe doing a more collaborative gathering of information from some of those entities might give us around this table a little bit more comfort knowing that all of our kids are served. Just, yeah.
Ms. Lasan?
Well, first of all, welcome and congratulations on your new positions, and we're very excited. And this was a great presentation, and I think I've learned something new, but you kind of went fast over it, so I wanted to come back to it. You mentioned something about UNT. That's the first I've heard of that. Can you talk about that for just a little bit?
I would love to. So
Okay.
we've actually been partnering with UNT for many years. I'd have to go back to look to see how long it's been. But we've been partnering with them in what they call their Eagle Advantage program, where every year we send information out. Well, UNT contacts us. They send me, and prior to me, Manya, the information on the Eagle Advantage program for that year. Sometimes it fluctuates. Right now we're looking at our junior class. So they send it out for junior class. About this year, it's the top 25% of any student in their class is guaranteed automatic admission to UNT. And with that Eagle Advantage comes the opportunity for some additional scholarships for which they can apply directly through UNT. So what that looks like is we run our, in the third 9 weeks, we run our rank reports, and then it automatically goes out via a SkyAlert or Parent Alert message, Parent Link message to all students and their families, whoever's listed in Skyward, so that they are aware of what that means, and the flyer is attached so they know how to apply for those.
Well, that is very cool. Myself and several of us at this table have 10th graders, and so this is the first I've heard of this, and so I'm like, oh, okay, there's one option. So anyway, that's very exciting, and I wasn't aware of that, so thank you very much.
Dr. Barker? Dr. Taylor?
Yes, I agree. Great presentation and welcome. You guys do great work. You know, that touch point is so important. I had a few questions actually, and I started, I guess, with the data, the office visit touch points, and I know why there's an NA next to social worker, which, you know, speaks to having to make very tough decisions based on budgetary issues. But then there are unintended consequences, right? Because when I look at the numbers that were served in the prior year social worker, almost 10,000 kids. So my question is, what happens if a student needs those services? Are we referring them out? Like, are they getting help somewhere else?
Great question. So right now when those students need help, the similar work that was happening with our social workers, we're still able to refer a lot of those needs to our student assistance counselors. and partner together between the campus counselor and the student assistance counselor to cover what we can. In the event that there's something where we just need to connect them to an outside resource, we do have, a list that we keep of resources for various needs that we can get them connected to a community partner.
All right, thank you. My next question is, I think it was under time trackers. Let me make sure. So there was an increase in individual planning at the high school level where it almost doubled. I just wanted to point out that I think that will likely have a positive effect on our CCMR going forward. So I just thought that was important to call out. My next question was under, I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was about system support. Oh, under the same place. What does that mean? What is system support?
Great question. So system support really focuses on how we're partnering with our families, how we are partnering with other community resources. And sometimes that looks like even just a consultation between a school counselor and a school administrator to say, hey, we're both working on this, situation that we've got. How can we partner together to make sure we're wrapping in family, any other teachers that may be of support, to really provide the best wraparound care for our kids.
Gotcha. And then this is my last question related to office visit touch points. The numbers seem, even though I can't find the slide, seem much lower for 25, 26. And I know it's not a full year, but it seemed like it was trending down by a lot. And I know we have, 6 weeks left, or?
So I think part of the trending down piece that you're noticing is likely just because of the impact of not having the social work team.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so we will likely end a little bit less. I'm hopeful that we'll be on track for where we've been in prior years.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Ms. Lopez?
Welcome to the team. So excited for you guys. Yes, great presentation. My question had to do with by the numbers, the power of one choice by the numbers. I think maybe the next one with adapt and hope. Sorry, thank you. So I noticed in those first two categories, adapt and hope, that the numbers were kind of like up and down. And so specifically those two categories in the year 25 and 26, just curious why those numbers may have decreased that much. Of course, we always want less of a need of truancy behavioral referrals and substance use tools, but I'm just curious why that may have happened.
Yeah, so right before the 23-24 school year, there was a change in the law that allowed students with a vaping offense without THC to do the HOPE program through our District of Innovation plan instead of going to DAEP at all. And so we saw a huge spike. If we had included the year before, I think we had 10. That first year the program was kind of newer and just kind of getting started. So we saw a huge spike, great completion the previous 2 years. It was amazing to see all the work that our counselors were able to do with them and the impact on families. This year there was a change to where it went to automatic ISS, and we did not have that option anymore. So we've seen a decrease in referrals because it's not kind of a way to not have to go to DAP. That's a huge incentive. So we've definitely seen a decrease this year in the referrals. We're working now strategically with campuses, saying what can we do to get this even on your campus right after school to, remove some barriers. How can we help this, whatever specific discipline issue you're having, that maybe we could do a focused group on vaping or truancy or, whatever their kind of struggle is right then. So, yeah, we've seen the dip this year and we're really looking to how can we increase the participation.
Yeah, I'd asked a similar question, I guess, a couple months ago related to that issue. And so now the numbers are lining up. Makes sense. Thank you.
Ms. Sakatep?
I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you all for all the time that you put into the program, into our teachers, into our students, and into our families. You are definitely an integral part of the process, and I love the quote that you used, Aaron. It might be your quote for always, but every student is one choice away from their path, and I think that that is really, really key for us to keep in mind. You are providing that avenue along with their teachers, along with their administrators, and so forth, and it's really touching to me. It gives me goosebumps thinking about it because every student has that one choice. and you are helping provide that avenue. And so I am very appreciative of that, and I know our families are as well. I also had a question about the back-to-school fair, just curious about the data as well in that drop. And, you know, we were trying to track it last year a little bit internally with ourselves, like how is it doing with that date change? And I'm glad that you're taking a look at it and really honing in on that data piece to look and see, to make sure that our students are getting what they need. And going back to that survey that you're going to be providing afterwards, but also making sure, do our families know? So like we had some that had the barriers at attending a large event or committing that information. We provide it back at their campus. How are we ensuring that all of our families know that that's an opportunity?
Last year, we did something a little different, and I sent out an email to anyone that didn't attend but had signed up and said, you know, please let us know, we'll have it sent. Previous years, we had taken it to the campus anyway. It ended up kind of being in a lot of shuffle and a lot of extra, and then bring them back because they didn't take them all. So our plan is definitely to do that again. I think that increased getting them onto the campus, and then just to continue to work with the counselors, with the administration, maybe on their open house back to school nights, meet the teacher nights. What can we do to help? You know, maybe there's a sign up there too to say, oh, we still did not get our stuff. How can we get that? Because we have it and we can get it to them. So.
And then just one last thing. I mean, we talked about the tracking and the numbers, and I love the data that you provided for us to be able to kind of see how the program is advancing and how it's going. And I really just wanted to hone in on the time trackers, because I know that's something that we've really been pushing as a board and looking at and making sure that every student is heard and every student has that opportunity, that one choice path, right? And I know that you guys have worked really hard in ensuring that our counselors are getting at least that 2-point touch. You know, if I would have asked my kids a few years ago, do you know who your counselor is? I'd say, yeah, I know who she is, but do I talk to her? No. My kids know their counselors. They know who they are. They know the resource that they provide. They know that they can go to them for anything, any questions, whether it's scheduling or lunch or whatever it is, because that relationship has been built. And I think that that is huge, starting at the elementary to the middle to the high school. So thank you for providing that opportunity.
Well, I'm very grateful for the trained professionals that we have in this district. I am grateful that all of our counselors have master's degrees. I am grateful that they are certified, and that when kids talk, they're actually talking to someone who knows what they're talking about. I do have a question, of course, on the power of one choice by the number for responsive services. There is a significant decrease, which is a good thing. Is there anything that we can point to the decrease?
So the 25-26 numbers are still year to date, so we have a little bit more time, but even so, looking at the numbers as to where we are, looking at our new statewide program, Sentinel, and how those numbers are handled, I think there's been a proactive push of explaining to students, when you say something like, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill myself, something that's alarming like that, there's something that happens after that. And it's not just, oh, you didn't mean that, and we kind of go away with that. So I think what we've learned is we've seen kids who maybe say these things and immediately after are like, no, no, no. Well, then they've realized, okay, well, now your parents get involved because we want to make sure you're safe, and ultimately they know you best. They know all of the pieces of the puzzle that we don't always get to know at school. We can bring what we see, but they have the full picture as your mom and dad or caregiver. And so I think where the decrease comes in is now we've been partnering with families and being really clear in our communication that when these words are said, there's something that happens afterwards. And with the Sentinel system, depending on what it is, when it's SI or NSSI, we do track it in there, but then we do what's called an off-ramp, so that way it doesn't follow them. But if you've read anything about Sentinel and how that system works, knowing that those words follow now and there's a path, I think some of our families have, really partnered with us in saying, okay, I'm going to get this message across to my kiddo that the only time they're using those words are if they really are meaning those words.
Well, yeah, hyperbole can get you into a lot of trouble. I know teenagers don't engage in that kind of behavior. Thank you all so much for your work. We're very grateful, and I'm grateful for the hard work that is done across this district and especially on all of our campuses to ensure our kiddos are taken care of. So thank you so much. Next up is the Student Services Report. Child Nutrition Update. Mr. Skelton.
Okay, good evening again, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Rapp. Like Dr. Walter, I'd like to thank you for the new opportunity you've given me over the past several weeks and going forward to work with all of these wonderful people in our Student Services Department. It's been really fun getting to know them, but more than that, just getting to know the kind of leaders that we have. And I've worked with a lot of these folks for a long time, but working together in a new way, and it's exciting, and thank you. And so tonight, we will start off, and one of the departments I should say I'm learning a lot about is child nutrition and transportation, two of the most. We will start with child nutrition, and tonight we have here Kim Stafford. She's our child nutrition program administrator, along with Ryan Chasik, our general manager.
Thank you. Thank you, of course, for having us again this year, and thank you for your support throughout the years and all of the visits you make and the time that you invest in child nutrition as well. So, Mr. Skelton, thanks for having us as well, and introducing Ryan a little bit. Ryan is new to us. He came here from a couple of district experience. He has a lot of experience over North Texas, but most recently in Little M. But 12 years of child nutrition experience, so we're glad to have him on board to go ahead and help with our day-to-day operation, taking care of our employees in the field, and kind of got thrown in there, and he's learning the best way, just getting out there. So glad to have him. I wanted to start out by touching on our 240 fund and creating a little snapshot here. As you all know, we have a very healthy fund balance. We have for quite a few years now. The past few years, we've also had a couple of, with that healthy fund balance, had a couple of plans that we had with TDA to spend some of that down as a requirement. And we did that, closed those off, bought a lot of great equipment, created some more recurring expenses, got to provide some very good increases for our staff, so spent that down quite a bit. Current day, we still have a healthy fund balance, but thankfully TDA did increase the amount that we can carry over year. So the amount is now a 6-month threshold of expenses versus a 3-month prior. So we're allowed to, if we look at right now, carry about $11.4 million in fund balance. I think we're projected at the end of the year to have about $8 million. So we don't have a spend down plan, but we're still looking pretty healthy. The one thing that I think comes up probably the most and is always on your radars is lunch monitors. And yes, we can continue to fund those into next year. So wanted to make sure to mention that one. We are coming a little bit early on meal prices this year for next year for 26-27. And as you know, we have to base those on USDA provided tools for lunch and adult pricing. They kind of mandate where those need to be set. For 23 through 25, both those school years, we took advantage of pricing exemptions where we did not increase our prices at those times because we had a healthy fund balance, so we were able to do that. And then in 25-26, we did increase by 30 cents across the board. And then we anticipate using current tools. Of course, our tools are not updated until July. So based on a current guess using tools for this school year, we are still below where we are required to be. And then we also wanted to keep providing that comparison district average amount. So as you can see with those, we are a little bit behind in our pricing, except for elementary lunch. We're right on trend with districts around us. So for next year, for your consideration, we'd like to go ahead and increase by 10 cents to continue bridging those gaps and keep up with those increased costs. We can always assume, we always do, that the districts around us also increase by 10 cents traditionally each year. So putting that in front of you a little bit early this year. And, thank you. We had the pleasure of hosting TDA this year on site in October. They come every 3 years for a large administrative review. Those that do not contract with an FSMC get a 5-year stretch, so we get the 3. They're very diligent to make sure we're doing what we need to do. There were 8 campuses selected this year for a review, and we had 0 on-site findings. These are very high pressure, especially for our campus managers and staff. People come and stand behind them, watch everything they're doing with cashiering. They look at all of their safety logs for food safety. They make sure every meal that goes by is a true reimbursable meal. We haven't missed a fruit or a vegetable on a plate. It's very, very high stress. So I just wanted to really take the opportunity to say how good our campus managers and staff did during that time. We had a few small procurement findings and then 1 FSMC finding, but I also wanted to stress here that those procurement findings were non-fiscal, very technical findings. And then with the FSMC finding, we are kind of a little bit of a guinea pig here at Lewisville because we do a very good job. Aramark does a great job here. So we tend to find things here that they haven't found at the ones they've done before. So we had a little finding in billing and helped them write what that rule needs to look like in their legislation moving forward. So it was a finding, but also, I mean, you know, it was kind of a win. This is rare, we did receive a commendation back from TDA. So they had lots of nice things to say about their stay here at Lewisville ISD. And a few things I wanted to point out was how well the off and on-site documentation was organized, and the serving lines, meaning the food, looked really great. The students were happy at all of those campuses that they visited. And so I did want to take a second and just read 2 of these sentences out loud, just because I'm so proud of our staff. The child nutrition staff did an outstanding job serving the students and collaborating effectively. Every team member was helpful and a pleasure to work with during our visit. So they did a great job. And so we're very, very proud of our work this year, and we'll do it again in 3 more. Yeah. So I wanted to give Ryan the opportunity to go over a few slides, but as a quick reminder, he's going to start on our current staffing outlook. But I always want to try to remind everyone, and sometimes it's a surprise, that all of our employees out in the campuses, our campus managers, and all of the employees that you'll see in the child nutrition kitchens are LASD employees. So just think that's important to point out. And I'll pass it over to you. Got it?
So a current staffing outlook, we are 90% staffed right now. Staffing currently is probably our biggest area of opportunity right now. Our retention rate among new employees is actually down this year compared to others, and our overall turnover rate is slightly higher than compared to previous years. We are still on the bottom level, though, across Texas as far as overall turnover. Generally, in cafeteria workers, the turnover rate is about 20 to 30%. So we are at that 20%, which is still on the low side. A lot of our struggle has been due to absenteeism among employees. Having to juggle the staffing across the campus or across the district every day is really a challenge, and it's really that stress is felt at every level in our department. Meal participation. So there's a direct correlation between the declining enrollment and actual number of meals sold or served each day. So as you can see, due to the decline in enrollment, the number of meals are less. We do have an increase in a la carte revenue, which is more due to increased prices, and also we've been offering more high quality prices, particularly in the high schools in our Java City. Can you hear me? But as you can see here, although the enrollment is down, as a percentage, we are actually increasing in every aspect. Breakfast is up 1%, lunch is up 4%, and our a la carte sales are up 2%. So even with the declining enrollment, our percentage of students that we are serving is actually increasing. Some of the ways that we have been increasing the participation is by offering new a la carte items, different drinks, different Java City promotions. We've been doing more chef-inspired days at mainly the secondary schools, where we do chef pop-ups, where she will bring creative menu options that aren't normally on the menu and serve them on a particular day. We also do wing days at all the middle schools, where she comes and brings her catering team, and they serve wings to all the students. So at Hedrick yesterday, we actually served 535 servings of chicken wings. We also have new increased communications around our menu. All the students now have the NutriSlice app on their tablets, so they can access the menus at their schools more easily. The timeline of federal updates. The federal guidance changes have really been minimal as far as impact to our menu. Just the guidance on added sugar levels. In the fall of 2025, there were different limits placed on cereals, yogurts, and milk. And then coming up in the fall of 2027, that guidance is actually going to further extend that added sugar level. So we won't see I guess not a great impact to our menu, but we might have to modify some items that are higher in sugar, like pastries or things like that. Generally, our manufacturers are good about coming up with new ways to, meet those guidelines for us. Also, in January of 2026, the USDA introduced the inverted food pyramid, and we haven't received any guidance regarding that yet, but we are anticipating something coming soon. More impactful for next year is going to be the Texas updates. Texas has prohibited a lot of different preservatives and food colorings starting for the school year next year. The biggest impact to that is going to be the appearance of food. A lot of the foods that we are serving are not going to necessarily look exactly like the foods that they're used to seeing in the grocery stores. So we anticipate some communication that we're going to need around those. Like specifically mustard with the bright yellow color might not be the same bright yellow color that kids are used to seeing. Oh, you changed it. And then lastly, we just have a slide sharing some of our community and student engagements where we have pictures from our chef pop-ups. We had Oak Farms come out to some elementary schools and teach kids about dairy production. You see pictures from the wing days and also the Culinary Star competition, which I know some of you participated in and saw, where we invited different culinary teams from across Texas to come here and compete in a culinary competition. So if you do have any questions that we can answer for you.
You have any questions? Ms. Lasson.
Thank you so much for being here. I guess I have two questions. The first one is these new Texas rules, all these things. Does that affect a la carte things or just like what y'all serve in the lunch line?
It affects all of it. So the main things that you'll see, especially the colors, are a lot of our a la carte items. So chips and things, you see they've already made some changes with those. Ice cream, heavily affected. We've already made all the changes to those. But yes, a lot of a la carte, a few of our things on the menu. Specifically, if you think about like our barbecue sauce has certain additives in it that we can no longer use. So we're trying to solve, well, what is that going to look like next year? Do we need to make a homemade one? If we make a homemade one, can we get what we need that doesn't have the additive in there? So we've kind of eased some of these in already. Aramark's done a great job at working with manufacturers and getting a leap on this. We don't think it's going to be too noticeable with students outside of a lot of the
maybe cereals and things like that. We're hoping we're going to skate by. Maybe Gatorade. Might be a little obvious. We're waiting to see what that might look like.
I do assure you we'll hear from my student advisory if it is noticeable.
I was going to say,
You're not wrong. We
probably
will.
no more hot chips would be for sale.
They just won't look as vibrant, maybe.
This really gives me pause about what I buy at the grocery store.
Yes, so that's part of what we plan to messages around is, yes, it looks different than what you get from the store, but it's also healthier than what you get from the store, and here's why. So really creating a campaign around that.
Yes. Okay, the only other thing that I had was, I'm curious about the food truck. You know, I was here on the board when we bought it, and I'm just curious, like, what are we doing with it these days? And, you know, is it still running? You know, how are things going with that?
Yeah, it's definitely, as you know, we've, during board updates and things, tried to express that it's in a state of disrepair and not able to be rehabilitated. So, you know, we've talked about that in our updates with the team. And of course, I see Alicia back there, and I see other team members who are at the job fair actively working to fill those vacancies and smiling big. So I see you back there. But yes, the food truck is not right now operable. Yeah.
Ms. Sells?
I'm just curious, how are the campuses chosen?
Chosen for the food truck?
No,
Or
for
chosen-
the, no, not wing day.
Oh, for the audit.
For the TEA audits.
Ah, okay. So they are actually chosen by TDA. We anxiously await as soon as we know we're going to have one, and we sit and check the system every day and say who was chosen. Yes. We know if we ever build out a new campus, which Mill Street was chosen then, that they'll always be chosen for the next round. They usually base things on participation and the amount of meals that's served, or say if we had randomly an influx of students, maybe from closing a campus and moving to another one, what they might do is say, oh, your participation's gone up so much, kind of a red flag for them, we're going to choose that campus as well. So they have their own rubric and choose those for us.
Okay. Just interesting, because this is not reflective of the district
No.
in terms of.
And they
so
tend
that
to
was-
go in areas.
In
So
areas,
last time it was
okay.
very west side campuses, and this time they really hit the east very hard.
Perfect. And then a couple of things on the meal participation slide. Can you just verify for me that those are switched? The bars, the 47's coming in under the 45?
Yes, they are. We fixed that, but I don't think we did in time.
It's fixed up there. It's not fixed in our board book. And I can't see that far away.
Sorry,
Even
yes,
with
we-
my glasses.
we
sorry.
caught that and fixed it.
Okay,
I'm
you
sorry
did
I didn't make
catch
your
that.
book.
And then the other was for the average on the, I'm going back up. I gotta go up. On the average of the pricing, is there any way that you could at least give us the highs and the lows of the cohorts that you're using for that, just as a template about where we're falling?
Sure.
At least that, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I have that broken down, breakfast and lunch I can get to you.
Okay, perfect. That's it.
Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. I really just have a few comments, no questions, so you can breathe easily, especially for being fairly new. First of all, I want to say congrats on 0 on-site findings. That's a big accomplishment. Well done. I'm very proud of that. And of course, LISD would be the reason to come up with a new procedure or rule. That doesn't surprise me in the least. The second comment that I want to make, I love seeing chefs pop-ups on social media. It's really fun to see those out there. It's another way that we over-deliver, if I may say so. And I also want to thank you for the 2 sets of data, both on the number of meals being served, but also looking at it from a percentage standpoint. Sometimes I think we get one or the other, and it doesn't tell the full picture of what the data is showing and saying to us. And so I think it is really important to understand that, yes, we are serving less meals because we have less students in our building. But on the whole, more of our students are getting their meals from our program. So I think that's really important. And the last thing that I want to say is that I actually heard this from a speaker at my day job, but we used to be able to, when we saw a bill happening in the Texas legislature, usually our primary contacts for bills that would affect things that happen in the school system would be coming out of the Education Committee. And so we were able to really dial in our conversations with those legislators that are on that particular committee. And what the speaker was saying, it was actually a speaker from Moat Casey, what she was saying was that now more than ever, we're seeing legislation out of multiple committees that are affecting our educational landscape. And to me, this is just another example of how that happens, right? So you have these great ideas of what should happen, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with these guidelines, but I think sometimes there's a short-sightedness of how this is going to impact what we do on a daily basis. And by all means, let's get rid of anything that's not healthy for our students, but it would be helpful if we had a little bit more of a runway, like the federal government is doing, quite frankly, and having some years planned out where we can continue to move towards a particular standard. So I say that all that to say that now more than ever, we have to be watching what's happening out of various committees and different parts of our legislature than we ever have before and how they impact our schools. So again, no questions. Great job. Thank you.
Dr. Taylor?
I didn't have anything other than to say that my child really enjoys lunch. So, and a little bit of background, when she was, I believe, kindergarten, I went to the school for like a Thanksgiving program. Every student had the little turkey with, we're thankful for my family, I'm thankful for, my friends, whatever it was, Nana, Auntie. Her thing said, I'm thankful for cookies and chicken. So it has not changed.
Love it. Well, I also wanted to thank you. I sit on another board called Independence Gardens, and we do a program that we partner with LISD called Come and Eat It across our elementary schools. And I want to thank you all so much for your participation in that and your partnership in that, because without that, it really wouldn't happen for all the fourth graders across the district that choose to participate. So I thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms. Akateb. No, Ms. no.
Sorry, I thought she was going to finish. I'm like, no, I have one question. Mine goes back, thank you for everything you do. My son probably contributes to 2 of those meals sometimes, some days, so thank you for what you do. My question kind of came with the meal prices, because I know that we had, where we didn't raise any of our prices, and then all of a sudden this past year we raised it 30 cents. Do we see an impact on the number of students, maybe with a deficit balance with their meals and so forth? How are we seeing that carry over? I know personally in some stories I've heard from different campuses, even my own, I've paid some of the balances on some of these children just because they get called out if they're having to send butter and jelly every single day. Everybody knows why. And so I guess I'm just kind of wondering, are we tracking that data also to make sure that our students are not getting called out? And I know some are like hesitant filling out the forms, and that was a big struggle with us this year. But I'm just curious, are we seeing an impact on that, especially if we're considering raising it another 10 cents?
So I think that the negative debt has increased the past few years, but I think that is some attributed to they kind of figured out the system. Our meals were free from 2020 to 2022, so we, came back and out of, thinking through that and how that could impact our families, didn't increase those prices for those few years as well, because we were able to financially. And then at that point, once we look at those USDA tools and we see, oh, well, now we're significantly behind, and then that also put us significantly behind the districts that decided at that point we're going to continue to increase our prices after those years that they were free. So that kind of attributed to that 30-cent leap last year and that need. As far as negative debt too, it seems like a few years ago they kind of figured out that that was a possibility, and campuses don't exactly have the ability to get creative in mandating that those get paid back, right? We do our best to collect that, do our best to make sure that we're sharing with parents, please do what you can. But a lot of that is attributed to also they're free after the beginning of the year, after their debt gets accumulated, then parents are notified and realize, oh, I do need to create or to do another application for this year. So I think it's not fully attributed to those increases. We did receive some feedback recently that some things are high, but it's on a $2 item, or in our last student advisory years that breakfast was expenses, which is, under $2. So we try to be very fair and try to make sure that our pricing is where it needs to be. And as you can see, we do a pretty good job at least staying under that average too for the students. So. Mm-hmm.
If the community would like to help in those negative negative balances, the angel accounts.
Yes.
You want to speak a little bit about that opportunity?
Yes. So anyone that is able and would like to donate can go through a couple of routes. They can always just reach out to the Child Nutrition Department, and we can work with them to put some money on an angel account, which is very simple. They can identify what campus they want to do that, or just say that we put it on a main account, and then we can cover those that we identify needs it. Or we have a program called All for Lunch that we partner with now, and you can find that on our website, and I can send it to you guys as a follow-up as well. And that is a parent can, or a community member, anybody can just donate right there. They can cover the service charge if they want, or exclude the service charge from the amount donated. They get a tax document immediately spit out. So it's really, really just a very handy way to give. And we've had quite a bit of donations there, so.
And I know that I've had some church groups reach out to you and some women's groups. I directed them to reach out to you because we do have those opportunities. And so I think maybe if we I don't want to make it known, but at the same time, we have people out there who are wanting to contribute to help make sure that every student has that one choice for their path, right? So just making sure. So thank you.
We can push that.
Thank you all so very much. Greatly appreciate the
Thank you.
presentation. You're still with us, Mr. Skelton, for the transportation update. We'll see some new faces.
Okay, thank you. All right, I would like to, in just a second, give this over to Mr. Ryan, our new Executive Director of Transportation. It's been such a joy. Yeah. It's been such a joy working with Mr. Ryan in this new way, both of us in this together, and then obviously getting to know his team. And the only thing I will say, because I want to be careful not to steal any of his thunder, is just how passionate this group of leaders is and are about getting our kids to school and to school events and back to school and home safely. And I'm so proud of the work that they're doing. And so I'll turn it over to Mr. Ryan at this point, along with Lisa Gardner, Director of Transportation, and Karen Scherer, Student Services Administrator.
There we go. All right, President Prosnick and the rest of the board, I'm good, I think. And Dr. Rapp, just thank you guys. Again, it's been an honor to be in this position. Just thank you so much. I kind of feel a little bit guilty to say this, but I'm having like a lot of fun. I really am. And like every day has been fun. And I know I have a lot to learn. There's a lot of work to do. And I'm so blessed with the team that I get to work with, because they're helping me out, and it's tremendously. And not just with this team, but other people have been just really great at helping out and things like that. So very honored and blessed. So thank you very much. So we'll jump into it. You got it? All right, our very first thing with busing by the numbers. We've got 199 routes established, 135 shuttles, 75 LISD coach drivers. Like to see that kind of grow as well. But 10 LISD Suburbans that we're using and 10 LISD White Fleet vehicles. Our staffing, we've got 5 bus trainees. We have 7 maintenance workers, and the goal is to have 9 there with the number. We have 5 future drivers that are in place right now. They'll hopefully be driving soon. We have 6 White Fleet drivers, and again, the number's 10 that we'd like to have. 29 office staff, and again, we short a couple, 2 there. And then bus monitors at 68, and I'd like to grow that number, along also with our bus drivers at 183, and get that to 200. 220, okay. Gotcha.
Good evening, Dr. Rapp, Madam President. We thought it was important for you all, along with all stakeholders, to see eligible riders out of 47,000 plus students. So currently we have 23,735 students that are eligible for bus services. And we broke it down by bus barn so you could see who's transporting and how many routes. So for Mill Street, we have 42 sped routes, and total students being transported for the month of March is 703. For the colony has 39 gen ed routes. They have 19 sped routes, and the total students being transported for the month of March is 7,770, so that's 7,770 students. For Purnell, all gen ed routes, they have 81. The total students being transported for the month of March is 8,082. So total, that's 16,555 students that are being transported for the month of March. Currently, we have 3 open routes for Mill Street. For the colony, we have 2 open routes. Purnell, we have 6 for a total of 11 open routes across the board. At our last board meeting, we were reporting absences, and the question came up about PM absences. So you'll see where Mill Street, the blue is representative of the AM absences. It's pretty stable with the exception of March the 11th. And the PM routes you'll see is a little higher than the AM routes, 2 versus 4. Colony, a little different here. So you'll see on various days, the 6th, the 9th, the 11th, high PM routes versus AM routes. For Purnell, it's a little stable, with the exception of the 2nd.
All right, and then summer school. I have a lot of activities and things that are going on. Currently we're getting with the drivers right now to see if they're interested in monitors and stuff for summer school. We're partnering with learning and teaching to ensure our cost efficiency. Our routing for all our students will be completed by mid-May. And then our management dispatch staff will support daily operations and call center hours from 7 a.m. in the morning till 6 p.m.
So this slide, you'll see where we are partnering with safety and security, Matt Garrett and his team. You'll notice the picture to the right. That's actually our fleet manager and one of his lead mechanics. So this initiative is put in place because of the aerial view that responders can have in the event of emergency, safety issues. If our buses are stolen, they're able to be identified easily. So the Stop Finder, parent tracking app, we're up about a little over 80 from last month reported. So 9245 for February, those are activated accounts, and then for March, we have 9334. So again, a little over 80. So based on a total ridership of 16,555 students, we have 9,300 activated accounts, so a little more than half.
And then our effort-driven update, we're still running within those routes and still kind of growing a little bit slower pace than we have in the last few months, but we are up to 116 riders, still kind of staying stable with special ed at 27. Nick and Evento was up about 11 from February, and gen ed there's 5.
All right, then looking ahead, part of our things we're looking at our hazardous routes review and just ongoing assessment of the high-risk routes for student safety. We're looking next month, our approval of our routing schedule and things like that for next month. And then also our bus interest and registration outreach, where parent bus interest forms are being distributed through TransFinder to identify eligible students to be routed in the next school year. Bus rider registration also included in our back-to-school packets. And then this ensures accurate routing and efficiency so that we're planning correctly and things like that. So, all right, thank you.
Any comments or questions? Ms. Sells?
Thank you for providing this, and thank you for providing the data, but I really am curious, having the data and doing something with the data, two different things. How are y'all using this AM/PM data to eliminate some of that, of the absences?
You know, it's a good question because we struggle with absences daily. We don't know what we're waking up to, and trying to get staff, all staff, to show up for work every day has been challenging. Cleve and I had a meeting today with the Colony. Tomorrow we have a meeting with Mill Street and followed by Purnell. So we're talking to the drivers, trying to get them to finish strong. So the communication piece is key. And I can tell you that we do have operations managers. When drivers do call out, they're getting on the phone and they're calling those drivers to try to get them to come in. And they are successful at times, but it's having this data shows us where we are and what work we need to do. And again, it's challenging because the conversations today with the absences, and some of them are pre-planned, but the majority of them are not. And I know because of Frontline. I'm told it's just the way it is in transportation, but we here in LISD, we want to elevate. And that's the message that Cleve and I, along with our assistant director, are putting out with the drivers, to the drivers and the staff, to try to entice them to come to work.
There's no doubt. I mean, I was going to say, Lisa, I do agree that when you study transportation, that absenteeism is a universal struggle. One of the things I'm looking forward to with this team is getting more connected to the network of transportation leaders, both regionally and in our state, because that helps us. Maybe someone else has a solution in a different part of Texas that we just haven't come across or found yet. You know, as I am out on the road as much as I am too, definitely I think where we started the school year and where we are now is a significantly different place. There are still route inconsistencies though, and a lot of those are driven by absences. Some driven by not having enough drivers, and that's a universal struggle as well. But definitely the absenteeism leads to great inconsistency for families. And I think the thing that we still have to work towards, to Lisa's point, and I feel confident that with Cleve's leadership, it will help, that we need to have earlier conversations about trends and patterns. And that's something that we've got to work on system-wide for next year is, are we seeing some of these things consistently across the driver is the same across these, and then sometimes it isn't. It does help often, and I know you all are explaining this out there too, because I saw somebody today that was like, I've talked to Ms. Lasan about this. I was like, I'll see her tonight. So, you know, that we don't have a sub-pool like we do for teachers with bus drivers. And even when we think about the child nutrition presentation just right before this, right? The areas of typically your contracted services, you don't have a sub-pool for. And when you have absences, it affects service lines, it affects bus routes. It does have an impact, and these areas do struggle. But thank you for the pay, how much we're paying our drivers. I can't imagine what it would be like otherwise. And we need to relook at just how we're structuring incentives. Ms. Cobb was even talking about that from an HR perspective. So, you know, I think now it's getting to the place of conversations around things that we need to improve upon that just aren't simply routing and on-time efficiencies, right? So.
Yeah, and I think that was my next, was to increase that number. What do we need to do? You know, the incentives, the competitions between the barns, whatever it is, visits from us out there to say thank you, whatever that is. I hope y'all let us know, because we are, just as the students were talking before, we're in this together, and there's just no way that we can all make it work. My other question was on the Stop Finder parent tracking app, the 9,334 accounts that we have, do you have a number for each unique family that represents? Because I would imagine you don't have to have you have one app, whether you have one child or 3 children or 4 children or like Miss Halkett. So, yeah. But, so you only have one app, but that covers all your children. So do we have that comparison?
No, but we can get that for you, because the goal is to increase this, obviously, for the next school year.
Right.
But I'd like to say something back to Dr. Rapp's point on reaching out to neighboring cities to see how they're, you know, handling the absences, and that's one of our goals, is to have all of our management team join the national TAPT as well as the North Texas TAPT, so that we can get out and get our team training. But not only that, Cleve and I and the management team get to meet with other neighboring districts and see how they handle it, because they are having some of the same issues.
And thank you for doing that, because I think everybody around this table will tell you that we all belong to associations that are bigger
Right.
than just our district. And just like Ms. Prosnick came back with ideas, we all hear different stories, and although they may not be applicable to us, there may be that one little, yes, exactly, that one little nugget that really can make a difference. And it's not that we just aren't doing it, we just aren't aware. And that I commend you all for doing that. So thank you all because I know that's extra time, extra on y'all, but at the same time, I think that
It's going to make us successful.
Yes, it is, and so thank y'all.
Ms. Alkateb?
The worm must have crawled between Ms. Sells and I's brain, because we had similar thoughts on this topic. You know, thank you so much for providing the AM and the PM breakdown, because that does provide a good insight versus just we have these absences, but
Right.
where is it falling? That is very interesting about the Colonies bus barn in those afternoon, you know, the PM timeframes. And so that definitely, like, ooh, what's going on there? And that kind of goes to the sense, and I also wrote it down, is we have the data, now what are we doing with it?
Right.
And how are we using that? And how are we making sure that we are living and breathing and impacting and making those improvements? And, you know, Lisa and Cleve, you guys mentioned about you know, we could do this, but it's just not the way LASD does it. In LASD, we over-deliver. And you guys know that, and you've all been successful in your careers in LASD at always over-delivering. And I love that you're talking about these organizations and these networks and these cohorts and getting to be a part of it. And my sentiments also go out, whatever you need, let us know. We are here to help you guys grow in this, because we know that getting those kiddos to school, getting them home safely is going to make them successful. And you're an integral part of the process, an integral part of the piece that gets them educated. And so continue doing what you're doing, but make sure that we're using that data, successfully, and continue growing the program, and let's over-deliver.
And with that said, it's what do we do with the data? Like Dr. Rapp says, we start from the beginning. We're already planning for the upcoming school year. We're going to put those standard operating procedures in place and have those policies and procedures to be able to present to the drivers in August when they return, to let them know, hey, if you're missing 10 days of work, here are the consequences. And we didn't have that in the past, but we will moving forward.
And you guys have done a tremendous job. I mean, we started literally 6 weeks before school started. I mean, we have to go back and remind ourselves of that and what you guys have grown and what we have done as a district through everybody's pieces that have played into that. So you're doing amazing. Just keep it up.
Thank you.
Just want to make sure of a couple things. If you have a Stop Finder app, it's going to roll forward next year. You don't have to redo that, right?
It will roll forward.
God bless. Okay. You said something in one of your answers that makes this data, to me, not accurate. You said that it is planned and unplanned, and there's a difference to me. There's a difference between a planned absence and an unplanned absence. And so I want to know how much of that was planned.
Okay.
Because it's like a teacher. If a teacher says, I'm going to be out on Friday, as a principal, you have to find a substitute on Friday. And so I don't think that data is quite fair if a driver is telling you that I'm not going to be there on the 10th and the 11th. That kind of skews that data for me, because I thought originally when I saw it, that it was unplanned, just people not showing up. But when I hear that that's planned and unplanned, I think that looks a little different to me in how we approach it. Because if I'm telling you I'm going to be absent, that's a different kind of employee than an employee that just doesn't show up. So, thank you all so much. I will say this, we are miles away from where we started, and I appreciate the work that has gone in this year. So, thank you all very much. And Mr. Skelton, you get to leave. Congratulations. Learning and Teaching Report, Instructional Materials Adoption. Ms. Gall. And friends.
All right. Give us a second to transition.
And supporters.
We have a fan club. Good evening, President Prosnick, Dr. Rapp, members of the board. We are here for the next phase of the K-12 math adoption process. Jennifer Kelly, elementary math administrator, and Melanie Miller, secondary math administrator, here to present to you tonight.
As a recap from our information item that we brought to you all in February, our last adoption of K through 12 mathematics materials here in LISD either occurred in 2014 or 15. And since then, legislation has changed has passed that has changed this process. So House Bill 1605 created a new criteria that we are now calling the IMRA process. And when a publisher puts a product through the IMRA process, the State Board of Education can then approve it as a high quality instructional material, or HQIM. And here in LISD, we only reviewed HQIMs this school year. We did that in the areas of elementary math, middle school math, and for the courses of Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and Pre-Calculus. So when a product goes through the IMRA process and is deemed an HQIM, that ensures full coverage of our TEKs, full alignment to our ELPs. It ensures that there are evidence-based instructional practices embedded in each daily lesson, and that there are embedded supports for all learners, including students with disabilities, emergent bilingual students, and students identified as gifted and talented.
Okay, so we utilized our teacher review committees for obtaining that maximum amount of input for our instructional materials. So our elementary committees, we had 45 members. Our middle school committees had 22, and then for high school, we had 26. We also made sure that we had district representation from our SPED, bilingual, ESL, GT, and digital learning. And then while our committees synthesized that feedback, we also made sure that every teacher had feedback as well. So from our time here last time with you guys, we had our HQIM showcase with our committees. We had our in-person community review. We had our last committee meeting to synthesize all the feedback that we got from our community as well as our teachers. And then here we are with y'all tonight, and then we will be back next week. And then after that, we will order materials and plan for our summer professional learning. So the last time we met, we were actually tasked with finding the intersection of what was good and deemed by the state, and then what was a right fit for LISD. So in doing so, we gathered feedback that was centered around the One Vision framework and its elements. So the academic ownership, conversations, evidence, and clarity. And our teachers really focused around two big questions. To what extent do these instructional materials support the elements of the One Vision framework? And then how do the materials help teachers implement the One Vision framework efficiently and effectively? So since then, our committees met. We synthesized that feedback that we got from the community and the teachers as we came to that consensus for that recommendation.
So our HQIM review committees got to evaluate the different resources through the lens of our One Vision framework, attend the vendor showcase, synthesize the feedback, all before developing a recommendation. So in elementary, we got to synthesize the data from 245 teachers who provided feedback. You can see in middle school there were 60 teachers who provided feedback. In high school there were 51 teachers who provided feedback. And 6 community members participated in our community event. And 4 feedback forms were submitted for elementary at that event. And we want just to remind you all that the feedback form and community viewing information was shared on our district website, each of our campus websites, and on social media. So our committee recommendations for elementary students in kindergarten through 5th grade math in English and in Spanish is Amplified Desmos Math Texas. For middle school students in the courses of 6th grade through Algebra 1, Savvis and Vision. For high school students in the courses of Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2, it's also Savvis and Vision. And for high school students in pre-calculus, it's McGraw-Hill Texas Math. We are so fortunate and grateful for your support in allowing us to pilot the HQIMs at 3 of our elementary campuses and 5 of our middle schools this year. It was a really powerful and valuable experience, and we all learned so much. Our biggest takeaways are that lesson internalization and rehearsal processes during PLCs are integral in ensuring all teachers are well prepared to deliver high-quality Tier 1 instruction. All teachers have to develop both a strong understanding of the depth of our TEKS and the student experiences embedded in each lesson in order to facilitate learning that leads to student mastery. Okay, so if we've got veteran teachers, new teachers, associate teachers, teachers that are new to teaching math in this content area, teachers that have gotten a grade level change and a new assignment, all had to really understand the depth of our TEKS, and that was done through lesson internalization and rehearsals so that they understood both the standards and the demands of the HQIM, and they could implement well. So as you can imagine, the shift from selecting materials was important, and that changed into just delivering high quality instruction. And then the impact of all of this learning on our recommendation is that materials that are easier to navigate impacted our decision to not adopt the piloted materials. A combination of both digital and print materials became more important than we had expected before the pilot, and multiple opportunities for administering a variety of assessments became a necessity.
Okay, so just to kind of talk a little bit about what Ms. Kelly just talked about on the previous slide, we were very fortunate to have our pilot. And from our pilot, we really learned the importance of, with any HQIM, you have to have that lesson preparation, the lesson internalization, and that lesson rehearsal. But more importantly, we really gleaned that teachers have to have that strong ownership of the lesson preparation. And with that, that then in turn translates into the student ownership of their learning. Knowing this, as our committee synthesized that, they really focused on what are those components of those instructional materials that would provide the best guidance and support, but we needed to do that for all teachers because we have all teachers at different parts in their journey. And that was really important for our committee as they looked at every single instructional material. However, our committee also recognized that simply having these components, that doesn't mean that it's going to be sufficient for confident and effective delivery. So a common thread that we talked about as we synthesized this data was that having a lesson preparation materials that were accessible to teachers at point of use was something that was consistently emphasized as being essential for that clarity piece for teachers. So if you look up on the screen, we have a screenshot of a lesson plan from a high school algebra lesson. And just to kind of point out some key things, as you can see there is a spot at the top that talks about the instructional focus for the lesson. You can also see the pacing piece, as well as some questions about like, how do I facilitate productive struggle? How do I have that mathematical discourse? So really, it's intentional in pointing out those teacher moves, which is what's going to help teachers be successful in implementing this HQIM. An additional layer in making sure that they're confident and effective in the delivery, the teachers really appreciated the support videos to assist with both the pedagogy and the content component. And then on top of that, we know that we have teachers that are, we have such a diverse population, student population. We want to make sure that we have differentiation recommendations so our teachers know how to support all different types of learners. Our committee also recognized the importance of additional supports for assessment and data-driven instruction. So some examples of these supports were that there were reteach lessons available. Also, there was adaptive practice that provided that Tier 2 instruction, but also it provided enrichment to challenge our high-achieving students, which is just equally as important. Formative assessments were built in, like quick checks, exit tickets, but also it provided those next instructional moves for the teachers. So we have those teacher moves built in. The committee also appreciated those assessment features within the digital platform for both teachers and also for administrators with those data dashboards that help track the student progress and the student growth. And then lastly, they valued the variety of assessment opportunities for students beyond just the unit test, beyond just the topic test, something like a performance task, or when we think about our upper level students, exposing them to like TSI type questions, SAT, ACT, all the acronyms, right? Okay, so that kind of stuff. And then lastly, our committee also recognized the importance of that technology component being layered in, or the easy-to-use digital platform. So on this screen, you can actually see a screenshot of our Amplify that we are making the recommendation for elementary. And when we talk about the easy-to-use digital platform, we're talking about all stakeholders, so teachers, students, and parents. And we know that that's important for everyone. So when we look at that second bullet point, every single one of our resources or our recommendations, there's a parent portal for family engagement, because we know when they leave us, they're going home, and we want them to be successful when they get there, right? And then the third one, we have our dual language program. So we want materials that can easily be switched between English and Spanish on that platform. And then again, that common thread that our committee really talked about as they synthesized the feedback is we want materials that are accessible for teachers and students at the point of use, because what we found from having that pilot, and we were so lucky to have it, is that lesson preparation, lesson internalization, and lesson rehearsal is critical. So we need to make sure that these materials are accessible. So all of these considerations ultimately is what drove our recommendations.
This HQIM adoption is going to impact almost every math student in LISD, so we will work together to capitalize on all the funding allotments that we have available to us to ensure that we are selecting the most appropriate and the best resources for our students. And we will come before you next week to ask you to act on this item and on our recommendations so that we can start preparing for summer professional learning and a strong start to the school year. And with that, we open it up to questions from you all.
Dr. Taylor.
I had a question about the allotment from the state. Is Amplify a bluebonnet?
No, ma'am. All of the recommendations that we're making tonight are at
none.
HQIM.
Okay, but
and so
none
they're
bluebonnet
not,
for the
they're not
additional
bluebonnet.
$20?
Correct.
Okay, I
We
wanted to
don't
make
get
sure.
to tap into the additional $20 for printing Bluebonnet, but we do get to tap into the
Into the
$40
yes.
For each student that we are given each year to purchase any of the HQIMs that we're recommending tonight.
Okay, because I felt like we talked about bluebonnet, so it was in my mind. And then when I saw the information, I was like, I'm not sure if this is bluebonnet curriculum. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Lopez.
Super quick question. Just looking back at the pilot experience, you noted that a combination of digital and print materials became more important than expected. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. And obviously, we don't want to over-rely on technology just because we can and it's accessible, and that's where our world is heading. I think that balance is important, and to make sure that we're having the most effective learning in the classroom. And so, I'd love to hear was the pilot experience over-relying on technology, not emphasizing technology enough, and just hear a little bit more about that.
So in some instances, there was not a teacher portal to engage with, and so we felt that was really, really necessary so that we could tap into those content and pedagogy videos that are there to support teachers. And then in other instances, we realized that an elementary student, of course, needs a workbook, a student workbook in English and in Spanish, and that maybe that more students might benefit from that, and having something to record and engage with the HQIM for engagement purposes.
So from a secondary perspective, a lot of our teachers utilize Canvas. And so, not having that component, they really ended up kind of doing some of that legwork. So that's something they're excited about. And then also, too, when you think about the parent component, right? When they go home, they want to have something, somebody to be able to help them, so that component wasn't there as well.
So it sounds like it was a little bit of both in certain areas, relying a little bit too much on technology for those younger ages, and then, adding technology in effectively for the secondary. So that makes total sense.
I would
Thank
add
you so
one of the
much.
bright spots that came out of that too was the value in having the workbooks, the consumables for all levels, that I think they all saw a value in having the pencil paper task. And sometimes with adoptions, they go so digital that you don't have that. And so we're swinging back a little bit to have that balance.
Thank you for saying that, and I'm glad to hear that.
In fact, I'll add one more thing. When we had our committee go through and they, put in whatever their recommendation was, we asked them, one of the questions was, do you want digital and print? And there was so much value, like Ms. Gall just said, in having that actual paper experience. So I think, kids, we think a lot of times that they don't want that, and indeed, they do want that.
Yeah, and I think there, as we would probably all say, there's something to be said of having that pencil and paper, that I think there's been a lot of studies done on how that impacts the development of how you're learning things and retaining things when you're taking notes with pencil and paper. I still take notes with pencil and paper, and so I think that there is a lot of value in that. Thank you.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. Of course, I could geek out about curriculum all day, every day. I have a few things to say. First, I want to talk about the consumables a little bit because this wasn't in a math class, it was in a science class. But my daughter was given the option of having a physical book, and she was one of only 2 or 3 students that opted to do that, but it was totally invaluable for her. But then, of course, we have to balance that with the fact that they're going to test online for the majority of their tests, not even just STAR, but ACT, SAT, TSI, everything is moving towards online testing, so having that balance, super important, being able to access both, fantastic. I am so proud of this process, which is no surprise. It's LISD. We're really good at processes. And about voice, we were talking about gathering voices in our long-range planning presentation earlier, and you can see the print of all of these voices in this process. And I love that you listed out the learnings of what's super important. There's a book that a colleague and I did a book study on. It's called Disrupting the Teacher Opportunity Gap. And one of the general tenets that this book has when it comes to curriculum is we can put materials in front of teachers all day long. If we don't support them in how to use those materials, it doesn't matter. There's not a silver bullet of materials that you can put in front of a teacher and make it work. There's just not. And internalization has gotten a little bit of a dirty word lately, but it's so important. And my first default question was, you've got all these great learnings, now how are we going to translate that post-adoption? But I know y'all are going to have a plan, so I'm not going to ask you to tell me that right now. The other thing that I want to state here is that while, you know, there's a lot of conversation about TEA and curriculum and all of that, one of the really good things that's come out of TEA's foray into curriculum is the idea of RBs, research-based instructional strategies. It's probably the best thing that TEA's done in a long time. And so I love that you talked about the integration of those specific teacher moves. Productive struggle is one of those research-based, for those of you that don't know, the research-based instructional strategies for mathematics. And so the fact that you highlighted that that's a key of these materials just, lights me up. The other thing that I love that you said, this idea of a variety of assessments, one of my colleagues in advanced academics, she says CCMR starts in the core classroom. We talk a lot about CCMR with counselors and with our tech programs and all these other things, but it starts in math and reading. And so the fact that you mentioned that in allowing these variety of assessments that tap into those kinds of things that they're going to see and will make them ready for those kinds of tasks is super exciting. Okay, now's my one question. It's not for them, it's for Dr. Rapp. Do we anticipate any specific feedback from TEA regarding our tips and taps for not going with our piloted curriculum?
Yes. I do believe that just in general, when you are working in school improvement, there is a lot of conversation around what resources you should be using, and a lot of effort and people power in our state is going towards the support of the Bluebonnet materials. One of the things that I shared with specifically our TEA contact is that, and y'all did a great job of speaking to it tonight, but is that the teacher moves, the way that they're articulated for ease of use by the teachers is critical. And even in the school improvement conversations, we've heard, you know, from whether it's our service center support or TEA, that the fidelity to implementation with the way the Bluebonnet materials are crafted is critical. And the point of use, the ease of the point of use for a parent, a teacher, and a student has to be considered in all the materials that you look at. So there's been good conversation around that. There's been definitely, I would say, while I've had to answer questions about it, there's also been, you know, a recognition that these are high quality instructional materials from the state, and that we are choosing from that list specifically, and we didn't look at anything that wasn't on that list. So that's gotten good support. And I do believe they see from our team here a strong commitment to supporting teachers in rehearsal and internalization and those teacher moves. As a former math teacher, they've heard me say this multiple times, you know, mathematics has struggled for years to not have the same level of articulation around teacher moves that the language arts realm has had. And frankly, I'm thrilled to see that mathematics is getting that support from a teacher moves perspective. Your best teachers know the moves, language arts, math, whatever you're talking about. But as we have a more differentiated workforce, teachers do need more support. Families need support. And what I appreciate about what y'all brought to the table tonight is you recognize the ease of use for a family, the ease of use for a student. And frankly, with where we are with school improvement, my plea to our community is this. As a community, we have to step up and help all of our students learn how to read and help all of our students become successful in mathematics. The schools cannot do it alone. And there is not a silver bullet. There is not an instructional material, I don't care where it comes from, in the state of Texas that is going to address that. So it's critical that people are in our schools, reading with our kids, mentoring our kids, and that our kids have safe places to go after school to do their homework and to access their materials. We're providing devices, we're providing the resources in an accessible format that we heard from our teachers and that's needed for our kids. So, you know, everywhere I go, and goodness knows y'all hear me talk a lot, and I, you know, apologize for that somewhat. Our community needs to answer this call too. The grades of schools and school improvement is not on schools alone. It is not. And I said to an audience the other day, Ms. Prosnick, Ms. Lopez heard me say this, that you know, I firmly believe that we heard it tonight from kids, what we value in terms of opportunities and exploration, we see that evidence itself in our students, but frankly, we have an accountability system that doesn't value that. And what if, you know, Lewisville High School was, we do what's right by kids. And there's way more to accountability than a multiple choice test that even colleges don't look at, frankly. So that's a really long, way longer answer than what you were asking me for, Dr. Barker, but we are choosing materials that our whole community can wrap their arms around and that other people can engage with us on supporting our students. And I do believe that that buys us some goodwill from our TEA support.
Thank you for that long response. I asked it specifically so that I could get that response from you, because I think our community needs to hear that we are making decisions about what's best for our kids, not being pressured by what might be told to us that we should be doing. We are making the decisions using the processes that we have, using the voice of our people. The conversation around the community, that's now going to be in our beliefs very specifically, that this is a shared responsibility between families and the community and our staff. And so I think that that's really important, that our curriculum choices match our beliefs. And then I'll say one more thing and then I'll be done, I promise. I say we. In some spaces, it has been observed that it has been very difficult for teachers that are using a particular curriculum that we piloted. It's difficult for teachers to move from the script to those teacher moves that you were talking about and to differentiation. So the fact that those things were recognized as things that needed to be in place and will still need to be supported, that's really important to me. And I am so grateful for all the work that you have done to bring these recommendations forward.
I would just add, I'm grateful that you've chosen curriculum that lets our teachers teach. That's why we hired them. Otherwise, I could open up a laptop. And I appreciate that it is curriculum that we have chosen because we have hired good people to be in the front of our classrooms. Productive struggle, Dr. Barker describes my entire career with math. So I didn't know I needed those two words to describe it, but that is probably quite accurate. I thank you all so much for the work. I thank you for looking at it from a 360-degree view and not just from the lens of a teacher and not just from the lens of a student either, but to everybody that touches it. So really appreciate the work. Thank you very much. Moving on, the finance report, Mr. Rare / Mr. Fight.
I'm here for support. Mr. Fight will be presenting the construction update.
We can have you back. No, it's good.
All right, good evening, Madam President, Dr. Rapp and the board. So it's time for the biannual construction update tonight. So I'm going to walk through these 4 separate sections. I'll stop at the end of each one to answer any questions that you may have. So we're going to focus on the 2023 bond and then our 2024 bond. I'll go through our construction update, and then we'll have our normal monthly kind of business items that we talk about. Every item that I talk about here tonight is the yellow bucket up there, our INS bucket. So this is not M&O funds. It's important to designate that. So these are the slides that you see every time. You've seen them for years and years. The one is about definitions, and the reason I show this every time is because this, as we go through the update slides, you're going to see these terms. Substantially complete means the building can be used for its intended purpose. Closed out, final completion means per board policy, we have brought that item back to the board and the board has approved the actual closeout of that project. And then I always show this typical project cost slide. It's hard to read all the writing up there, but essentially a lot of what people hear me speak about at the board meetings is the guaranteed maximum price or the actual construction cost. There are other soft costs involved in every single construction project, and we got a whole list of those there. So for our 2023 bond construction update, I'll kind of go through the list here. This was our first sale furniture replacements. Items in blue are closed out, so those are officially done and have been brought back to the board. Our flooring replacements and casework replacements from summer 1 are also closed out. Our playground replacements and playground shade structures from summer 1, they're all substantially complete. The reason this hasn't been closed out is because remember we kind of added some scope there at Hedrick Middle School. And there's some great pictures of a ribbon cutting we had, a great community event there for this community playground, a partnership with the city of Lewisville to provide that playground right in front of Hedrick Middle School. So a couple of great images there. As we continue to walk through, our marquee replacements from summer 1 are all closed out as well. As we start to get into some of these other first sale projects, these are a little bit longer duration, right? So the Colony High School 20-year, the Marcus High School 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair projects, we still have over a year to go on both of those projects. So still quite a bit of work to do there. On the Creek Valley and Durham Middle Schools, we're going to be entering summer 2, which is our final summer for those 2 projects there. Downing is listed in the black text there. We will actually be beginning that project next year. So. And then our Hebron High School traffic signal is ongoing. If you remember, we kind of added some scope to the entrance or exit, I should say, onto 544 as far as widening the approach. So that made some design changes to that traffic signal, which is why it's kind of taking a little bit longer. So some pictures, and again, I've got a lot of slides, a lot of great pictures. So at the Colony High School, one of the things that's in the scope for both the Colony and Marcus High School was to replace those old basically vinyl windows with brand new windows. So this is a great image here that shows both of them there and just the impact that that's going to have on the facade of the campus there. Got a couple of images of that. It's a little bit harder to see here, but it really makes a huge difference. Now what's really neat is as you go into the spaces, so this is a picture of the before classroom. One thing, we always point out the furniture, obviously the flooring, the paint, all that, but check out the window there and then just check out the impact of the new window in that actual classroom space. Obviously the new furniture, new ceiling, lights, all that. So completely refreshed space. Another example, the old mini blinds that we all hate, and then the brand new window there. And so for Marcus High School, so everything that I'm showing tonight are images of work that has happened since the last update, which happened in October. So these are just kind of in-progress photos of the current phase of construction that's going on at Marcus High School in the S Wing. Here's some images of the gymnasium painting going on and some of the hallway work there. And the generator was placed outside, so that's a good kind of completed photo of that large generator out there. Creek Valley Middle School, we showed some pictures of the library, I think, in the previous one, but here's just some updated images there. Everything fully complete in that library. We had a little bit of repainting that we did over the spring break, so we kind of wanted to showcase that. Here's some of the new door and hardware that have been going in Creek Valley. So you can see the new doors there. For Durham, I included this before shot. This is, the old EFIS stucco entrance to the building there. We were able to kind of refresh that, bring some color to there, really freshen up the underside soffit there with the paint, and that just really kind of happened over spring break. Now, this is kind of a in-progress picture. So everything, the flooring you see in front of you will be changed out this summer. Everything you see, the ceramic tile behind those water fountains and into the restrooms is all the new restroom renovation scope. All right, for our Stantec projects, again, Flower Mound High School and Hebron High School both have this coming up summer to finish up the scope of work on both of those. So those are ongoing. We've got the electrical upgrades going on, and we've got our district-wide generators and radio system UPS ongoing. You can see we've already closed out DeGan, the year one elevators, and year one fire alarms. And another one here that's listed as substantially complete, again, we haven't brought it to the board for closeout, is our year one roofing project. So some images. This is Flower Mound High School, the auditorium before. And then here we have some current pictures of the auditorium, how it looks now, with all the updates. Turned out to be a great space. It's always been a great space, but it really just refreshed. Here's that lobby as you kind of enter the auditorium. This is, if you're standing at the auditorium doors behind you, kind of looking back out towards the main hallway, that's the image there on the left. And then you see the new logo down there at the end of on the right-hand picture there, down the hallway of that lobby. There's a little bit more of a close-up image of that. Same thing for Hebron. So this was Hebron before. The green seats. And here's our updated images for Hebron. So they're very similar. There's some small nuances that are a little bit different on each one, but I think that we did that just because of the character of both of those campuses, right? All right, same thing. This was the kind of the lobby there. Still doing some work in this image here, but you can see the updated logo. Okay, and then district-wide generators. This is as exciting as I can make that, but I did want to show some images of kind of the progress of pouring the slab for a new generator, because I already showed you a generator picture. So with Marcus High School. For the Huckabee projects, the Lewisville High School scene shop addition and band lot renovations, really the only reason I didn't turn that substantially complete is because the band lot. So the actual scene shop, I've got some images. The campus is moving in there right now. So after spring break, that was kind of turned over. Great progress there. On the Lewisville High School 99 wing and fire alarm, we're still kind of working on the fire alarm for the entire campus, hoping to wrap that up this summer. The LHS Harmon black box, again, I could probably turn that one yellow. I would consider it substantially complete as well. We have the Castle Hills, Central, Liberty, 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair. They're going into their second summer this summer, so they'll be finished in August. We've got some images of our new transportation center, which will be ready to go for the end of the summer. And then our district-wide security projects. So as we look at some images here, this is the brand new addition on the stadium side of Lewisville High School, on the back side of the auditorium. This is our brand new scene shop addition. Some images of that. Some of the classrooms and office spaces there. And this is currently what our band lot looks like. If you remember, we kind of uncovered a special surprise when they took the old parking lot up. There was there was an old concrete parking lot underneath that we had to demolish there. So set us back a little bit, but we have no concerns at all about getting this lot ready in time for band camp this summer. If you drive down Main Street, you'll see those pilasters really taking shape, all the new brick pilasters, which is going to look great. Our LHS Harmon Black Box Theater, some images of that. The left-hand side is kind of the lobby, right? So the great thing about the location of this project is we were able to provide them kind of that outdoor entry and lobby space, just like all the other Black Box Theaters have. And then obviously the right-hand side is the Black Box Theater. In conjunction with that, if you remember, we kind of converted some other spaces in Harmon. The left-hand side here would be the SRO's new office, and then some of that, this is behind what was the old band hall in the right-hand image there. Those are just the, continuation of the project and the refresh space there. Castle Hills, I put this in here because this work actually happened over spring break here. So this is in the cafeteria. They went ahead and went in there and got that flooring done. We're trying to, anything we can get done outside of those summer months obviously helps everybody. Central, these are some interesting images here too. So if you remember, I've talked about this before. This is one of our chiller schools, and so replacing a chiller school is different than just packaged rooftop units. And so they were able to tackle a lot of this work over the Christmas break. And so you'll see on the left-hand side there the old air handler, the middle there, a lot of that old piping laying there, and then on the right-hand side installing the new air handler and new piping. Interesting process. For Liberty, I did throw another generator picture in here for you. That's really all we've been able to do there in the meantime, but I wanted to kind of showcase that. And so here's our new transportation center. So we get some images here. This project is going very well. Again, I've got no concerns at all about this being ready to go, fully operational for our next school year. So this, on the image here, what we're looking at here is the maintenance bays, right, for the buses. And then on the very right-hand side is the little child nutrition piece, right? So we've got the walk-in cooler freezers there and dry storage for child nutrition. So this is walking into that maintenance bay where the buses will be on the left-hand side, child nutrition on the right. So our walk-in cooler freezer is not in there just yet, but the space is, the envelope is ready and ready to go. This is walking through the kind of the office space side of the building where the transportation folks will be officed, and this is a picture of the restrooms and just kind of the main hallway. For our second sale projects, our furniture replacements at Lewisville and Hebron 9, again, are closed out, which is great. As we start to walk through projects from here on, you'll see most of them are black. So these are our planned projects to begin this summer. So I wouldn't really call them in progress just yet. Pretty much all these have their GMPs approved and we're ready to go. So again, lots of elementary 20-year life cycle maintenance repair projects. We've got some shade structures in Timber Creek Marquee. We also have our middle school renovations. Those are not full 20 years, but they're building component-related projects that we just call renovations. Another Rockbrook Vickery, 2 more of our elementary 20 years. LHS Kilo, our 20-year. The McCullough renovations are delay paving and fire alarm replacements, Timber Creek roofing, and year 2 flooring. So for the fine arts update, Ms. Drinkwater was able to update the percentages here. This is for the musical instruments replacements. So you'll see there that the pianos are 100%, the band for high school is 90%, middle school is 75%, orchestra, same thing, 90% for high school, 75% for middle school. Percussion, same thing, high school 100%, middle school 75%. And 25% complete on the elementary classrooms there for percussion. Little image there on the right-hand side. We've talked a lot about the impact of the students on those new instruments, so it's just a great project. For safety and security, a couple of quick updates here. A lot of the projects we've already talked about, the main security, big construction projects. But the high school weapon detection is in place and operating. And so Matt is developing an implementation plan for middle schools for school year 27-28. So he'll be bringing more information on that as we move forward. Okay, so questions for the construction update portion?
Are there any questions? I just want to reiterate, I want to thank the voters for approving the bond in 2023 that allowed for all of this work to be done. And I want to thank you for the scheduling all the work over spring break. It was really fun driving by and seeing work happening at some of our campuses. So
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, we'll roll right through. So the normal kind of monthly business items that I always bring for the 2023 bond, we have one GMP. It's our Lewisville Elementary and Peters Colony Elementary School fire alarm replacements. So back in May, the board approved Lewisville, Morningside, and Peters Colony. If you remember, we had to bring Morningside earlier because it was the system was non-operational. That project has been completed and actually closed out. So what we're talking about tonight is simply the Lewisville and Peters Colony portions of that project. Okay, and if you remember, this project was kind of birthed from the Emergency Responder Radio Antenna System project, these old outdated systems were unable to tie into that ERS system that we installed in those classrooms. So that's the little history there. Let's see, so Chrisman is the CMAR for this project. They have advertised and bid it out per Chapter 2269 of the Government Code. They have given us a guaranteed maximum price of $955,838. That is within our overall project budget. Recommendation to approve this GMP will be brought back next Monday night as a consent item. And then work for these fire alarm replacements would begin this summer. So our next steps would be, as I mentioned, consent item next Monday night for that GMP. Potential May discussion item, we have one more project we're trying to get our GMP for. That's that delay middle school paving and fire alarm replacement project. And if we can get that GMP to the May board, we'll follow that up as a consent item that same month. So any questions for our monthly?
Any questions? All right, keep rolling.
All right. So our 2024 bond construction update. So the picture is an update on the current construction. So on this one, we've got the football scoreboards closed out. We have the East Side Aquatic Center, West Side Aquatic Center in progress. We have our Flower Mound Stadium and Hebron Stadium substantially complete. And we have our Hebron High School baseball softball renovations and field house renovations in progress. So here's some images. This is the East Side Aquatic Center. It's kind of neat to see it without the water in there. You don't get to see that too often. If you can see in the background there, a lot of the painting is done in this space. If you walk in there, a lot of the heavy work has been done at this point. So once they start filling that, once the plaster's in the pool and ready to go and they start filling that up, it's going to take shape really quick. Just a couple more images. The left-hand side is obviously that main lobby there. Wanted to throw an image in here for the space that hardly anybody ever gets to see, kind of all the pumps and piping and equipment associated with that pool. So, Hebron High School baseball softball renovations. Try to put some kind of aerial shots in here because part of this project was paving all that space in between the two fields, and so you can see how that turned out. It's just going to be great for maintenance and for the grounds crew and all that. So really good result there. You can see the buildings kind of repainted, the roofing. You can see the concrete plaza work there, the kind of the concrete steps. That's an image looking at, like if the softball field is behind you, that's looking at the baseball field, obviously. New press boxes on both of them. And our updated concession building there with HVAC and a sliding window there. So that's kind of our new current standard we're doing in all these concession buildings is adding HVAC in there for them. On our civil projects with TMP, we've got the synthetic turf at all three middle school game fields, and we've got our turfing one practice field at H High School project. That project is going on right now. It's going very well. Our track replacements at Shadow Ridge and Harmon also is ongoing. I've got some images of that. The McAdams project, so we've got the baseball, softball field lighting, and we have the synthetic turf at all of our baseball, softball fields. And our high school track replacements are all substantially complete. And then we have our tennis court resurfacing, which we are bringing, I'll talk about it in a minute, where we're bringing it this month for closeout. So these are some of my favorite images. They just turned out really, really good. So I'll have an image of every one of the high school fields. So there's Flower Mound baseball and softball. There's Hebron. Lewisville baseball. You can see, so the baseball field's got kind of the ghost logo on them, and then the softball field's got the colored logo. So you'll see that on each one. There's Lewisville softball, Marcus baseball, and Marcus softball. And then finally the Colony. So I don't have a Colony softball because remember that was done in the 2017 bond. So some images that show the lighting the best are at night, right? So I think I showed some images before of the light fixtures on the poles, but here's some actual photographs of the lighting in action. Left-hand side, obviously lighting the field. Right-hand side, obviously lighting the bleacher area there for safety. And then just some images again. This is LHS softball. For the high school practice field turf, actually getting a lot of questions about this project. It's interesting. So people see dirt moving and are curious what's going on. So we are converting our grass practice fields at each high school to a synthetic turf. So here's Flower Mound High School. Yeah, it did, and we're going to be ready for turf in just a couple weeks out there. So one thing you'll see in that image, there's actually a concrete perimeter that's poured around that entire thing, and that's to attach that turf to. So you'll see that kind of in most of these images. Here's some of the gravel that we just mentioned at Marcus High School. At Hebron High School, so there's two elements here. We're doing the practice field, but we're also replacing the old retaining wall behind the baseball field that had failed. And so that work is ongoing. And we're just excited. I think that's going to be a great finished product out there with that retaining wall. We're going with a big block format versus the kind of the smaller segmented retaining wall that we had before. A couple more images of the work there. You can see on the left-hand side that retaining wall work being done. On the right-hand side, you can see the kind of the path of travel up to that practice field there. At Harmon, here's an image of that track and turf work kind of going on simultaneously. So we've got a good partnership between the two companies doing the track and the turf. And then I think the last time I came, I had images of an asphalt track at most of the high schools. And so now I just wanted to show we do have an official track surface down everywhere. And for the work, Forestwood Middle School track, I'm going to talk about that here in a minute. We got a GMP that's coming this month. The rest of these projects are really just kind of kicking off, right? So you've actually just approved GMPs for most of these in the last couple of months. So I won't go into depth on those, but we're about to kick off work. Oops. And here's a quick image of the Forestwood Middle School track. So a lot of work went into, there were a lot of constraints on this site. We had a floodplain to work with. There's two town parks on our site. There's property line on the right-hand side and a lot of beautiful trees that we tried to save, every one of them. We weren't able to save everyone, but we saved as many as we could. So a lot of work went into the planning of this right here, and it's been all the way through the town process, and we're ready to roll now. So questions for 2024 bond update?
Dr. Barker.
Just a quick comment. I was at a couple of baseball games over the last couple of weeks, and everyone is raving about the turf. And I was talking to Miss Lyles, and she says it's been a long time coming. And I think I was telling her, I think the rainy season, right before this bond package, really awakened people to the need for turf at these fields. Because we had to move so many games in that one season. And I mean, just raving. People are so excited about it. I've heard comments about how perfect the colors are in the logos and in the Jaguars written behind the home plate. Like, everybody has just been so complimentary, and it's beautiful to see. So great work, and thank you to the voters for making that happen.
Thank you for the feedback too.
Keep going.
All right, our final one here, 2024 bond, kind of our monthly business items. So our first one here is the high school stadium lighting. So this was a CSP. This again is going to all of our 5 high school stadiums and replacing the existing light fixtures with LED. There will also be that color capability there on that. So this project was bid out as a competitive seal proposal per chapter 2269. We had 10 bids received. We spent a lot of time evaluating, made a lot of phone calls, checked a lot of references. At the end of the day, we're making a recommendation on best value, which evaluates not only price, but our reputation, quality, availability, delivery, timing, support, and the proven ability to perform work at all 5. We have a very tight window to get these lights in place for football season, and we're doing 5 locations. So it was very important for me to make sure we picked a vendor that we knew could tackle that amount of work in that amount of time. So you'll see a recommendation come through for this one. I don't have that on here, but it will be here next Monday night as a consent item, and you will see information in board book, more information about that bid. Our next one here is again, the Forestwood Middle School track replacement GMP. It's finally time to bring the GMP. McAdams is the engineer, Jackson is the CMAR. Jackson Construction advertised and bid this project out, has provided a guaranteed maximum price. That guaranteed maximum price is $3,370,510. That GMP is approximately $975,000 over our budget, and here's the reasons why. We knew a lot of these were coming, right? So part of the constraints that we had there was we had an existing masonry storage building. We have one at all of our middle schools. We are having to tear that down and rebuild it, and I say having to. We chose to do that because we're saving the maximum amount of trees by doing that. We also have our full scope of tree mitigation. Because some of those are heritage trees, we have to do the tree mitigation. And retaining walls are larger than anticipated. Obviously, as you finally get that location set and work with that floodplain and have to raise that end of the field up with retaining walls, all those things kind of contributed to that overage. Now, the good news is we have lots of possible funding sources. I have mentioned in here we have 2017 and 2024 bond project savings that could be used, as well as interest earnings and potential land sale proceeds. So we've kind of got the whole gamut of options there to pay for this. And this item will also be back next Monday night as a consent item for approval. And again, I mentioned already, but this project has been approved by the Flower Mound Town Council as well as P&Z. So we'll be ready to hit the ground running. So our next steps for those 2 consent items that I just mentioned, and that's all I've got for 2024.
Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank Ms. Alcative, my colleague, for doing so much work in getting our fellow elected officials over in Flower Mound. Well, you really drove it, so I'm going to call you out. Yeah, I know. And I want to thank our friends over in Flower Mound Town Council and Planning and Zoning and the Environmental Commission for listening to us and allowing us to present to them and finding a way forward for this project. And thank you for all of your time spent at the track, walking members of Planning and Zoning and Town Council. I think we also had a representative from McAdams that came and walked, so thank them for their participation in getting this over the finish line. I know it was long nights and a lot of work.
Sure, happy to do it.
When will the track be complete?
So our target is by the end of the summer.
So it will be ready to go first day?
Yes, ma'am, that's our goal.
Lovely. We might need a ribbon cutting. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
Next up is the proposed budget amendments for the general fund and the child nutrition fund. Are you just here to support yourself now?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes. So tonight we'll be previewing 2 budget amendments. The first one is for the general fund, and this is mainly to move funds between functions to adjust our budget for what we're projecting our actuals to be. So those movement between functions would be no net effect to fund balance, and so it wouldn't increase or decrease the overall budget that was approved by the board. The only difference or change that would be made that would impact the overall budget is an increase to function 34, which is transportation. So when we set up the transportation budget, when we brought it in-house this year, we looked at another area district that had transportation in-house and what their budget was to kind of use that as a gauge for what we would need. We have determined throughout this year that there have been some expenses that we weren't anticipating. Fuel right now is a little bit higher than what we were anticipating, but there are also some other expenses that we've seen this year. And so at this time, we're looking to increase that budget by a little over 1.1 million for Function 34. And so that would be a net decrease to fund balance, depending on how the rest of the year ends. And then the second proposed budget amendment would be for the Child Nutrition Fund. And when we set up that budget, the indirect cost that's charged to the child nutrition budget was incorrectly budgeted, and so we're actually just reducing that amount. It's not going to have any net effect on what was presented earlier on what they think their surplus will be at the end of this year. And so both of these budget amendments will come back next week for your approval.
Any questions? Well, with that, you're good to move on to the board meeting consent agenda.
Okay, so included on page 204 of your board book is the consent agenda and cooperative purchase preview. So there's 8 items that we'll be bringing back next week for your approval. And so I just wanted to highlight one of those tonight, and so that is the concrete patching, paving, and curb repair. And so we have over 1 million square feet of concrete in this district, which is amazing to me. And so it takes quite a bit to repair that throughout the year. And so this item will provide services and supplies that will help us repair those paving when those issues come up throughout the year. This is a 1-year renewal, and the estimated expenditure is $223,000.
Any comments, questions? All right, we'll move on to fiscal year 27 budget.
And I have more friends joining me here.
Are you just here to support, or?
All right, so tonight we will continue to take a look at the fiscal year 26 budget and provide an update, as well as looking at fiscal year 27, updating our projection, and that will include following up on compensation discussion that took place last month at the work session. So looking at the projected revenue, we've updated this through actual revenue through February. So we're halfway through the fiscal year. And so you'll see, once again, local revenue is the majority of our budget. We've already received about 99% of our tax collections, and that makes up the majority of our local revenue. So right now, we're looking at $561.8 million for our general fund revenue. And so how that compares to our budget. So our adopted budget was $570.6 million. We're looking at, currently, we're projecting $561.8. So a little bit lower than what we adopted. Probably the biggest piece of that is current year taxes. Right now, we're projecting those to still be about $4 million under what we budgeted, but we still have, some months to go. There's always a little bit of uncertainty on how much we'll collect after February, but we're kind of tracking what we collected last year to see where we think we'll end up. So right now, we're projecting to be about $4 million under. State funding, we're looking at about $2 million under budget. We have a little bit lower ADA than what we used for this year's budget when we adopted it. And then the other large item is our SHARS revenue that we receive. Right now, we're projecting to have about $500,000 less than budgeted. On the expenditure side, on revenue, we were seeing a little bit less. On the expenditure side, we're seeing quite a bit less. We're currently projecting savings of $22.9 million. The biggest piece of that is payroll and benefits, almost $15 million. Contracted services is another 3.8, and then supplies and materials are $3 million. And so when you take a look at those two together, right now we're projecting revenue of $561.8 million. Our projected expenditures are $550.5 million. So the projected difference for fiscal year 26 would be almost $11.3 million. And so that could be used for consideration for next year's budget that we'll talk about in a little bit, that we'll have. Currently, we're looking at a deficit, so that could help offset some of that deficit for next year. Or that, we could put some of that back in for fund balance restoration. And so that's the update on fiscal year 26. And so just kind of looking at next steps, we'll continue to monitor our spending. I will say campuses and departments are doing a great job being as frugal as they can be and you know, just trying to maintain what they can to go back into fund balance. We'll continue to monitor our fill rate as well as attendance. We're very strong right now for our attendance. Through the fourth 6 weeks, we were just under 96%, which is outstanding. It's well ahead of last year's pace. And so we'll continue to monitor that. I mentioned property tax collections, see where we'll end up for the rest of the year. If there are capital-like expenditures, we'll continue to look to reclass those to land sales. And then all of that in the effort to make sure we maintain our fund balance target of 25% of expenditures. And so now Claudia is going to go over our fiscal year 27 budget forecast.
Good evening, Dr. Rapp, President Prosnick, members of the board. Tonight I'm going to provide you with details regarding the budget development process for fiscal year 27. So let's start with a recap on how campus allocations are determined. So first, we examine projected enrollment by campus. However, we recognize that each campus has unique needs. So we use PIMS and TAPER data to project subpopulations such as students receiving special education or bilingual ESL services, and then calculate a weighted allocation. We then use that and multiply it by the per pupil amounts. So the goal of our local budget allocation methodology is to prioritize funds to campuses with the greatest needs. Since these allocations are based on projected enrollments, campus principals are given 85% of their total amount to allocate for the beginning of the year. And once PIM snapshot figures are finalized, we adjust the remaining 15% of allocations based on actual enrollment. I also wanted to share that campus allocations were given to principals in mid-February. Budget training for bookkeepers, secretaries, and principals was provided in the last few weeks, and campus budgets are due to our department on April 17th. So in addition to local funds, we allocate Title I resources to campuses where at least 35% of students qualify as economically disadvantaged or exceed the district average of 34.18%. So for the 26-27 school year, 27 campuses have been identified for the program. Campuses with over 75% economically disadvantaged students are allocated funding first at $500 per pupil allocation. The rest of the campuses are clustered in tiers based on percentage of economically disadvantaged and funded accordingly. So currently we have 44 campus positions that are funded with Title I. Our revenue assumptions remain consistent with last month's presentation. We're currently projecting an enrollment of 45,125 and an estimated ADA of 93%. As far as expenditure goes, our assumptions also remain unchanged. So recapture for fiscal year 27 is estimated at $14.7 million. And regarding staffing, we're recommending a budgeted fill rate of 97 to 98% based on current data. So to recap, a total net funding decrease of $13 million for fiscal year 27. This is driven by an $11.5 million reduction in tax collections, largely due to the expiration of disaster pennies, and a $10.7 million decrease in state funding tied to our ADA. So I'm now going to hand it over to Human Resources to talk about compensation.
So we'll bring the good news. But we are going to talk to you tonight about things that we've been talking about the last couple of months. We wanted to bring back some of the answers to some of your questions and revisit the rate scenarios and things as such. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Chafin.
Thank you. One of the first things we thought we would just touch on is the teacher market positions based on our 25-26 rates. We talk a lot about where we are, the percentage of the market, as well as the place in the market. So we have these broken down in 5-year increments to kind of show where we're standing right now. That, of course, is using our 20 area market districts that we normally use. And then on the salary increase scenarios, we took option 2, which seemed to show you showed a lot of interest in in March. And just a reminder that that is where we give a 3% midpoint to years 1, 2, and 4 for both teachers and for those non-classroom professionals that you graciously took district funds to meet that TRS match. For years 6 through 9, or actually 6 and up, there would not be an increase. They have received over a 6% increase over the last 2-year biennium. And then, so the grand total of that comes to 2.3 for those, and all other employees would be at 3.5, so you'd be looking at about $5.8 million to use that scenario. The new hire teaching salary would be $64,250 based on that. We've also created a 2A scenario that brings in some increases for those teachers that are 10 years and above, as Ms. Prosnick had requested. So the 3% midpoint, of course, is the same amount. What we'd basically be adding is $1.8 million if we did not give an increase to years 6 through 9, and then we staggered every 5 years an additional $500 to where 20 years and up would be at $1,500. So we'd be looking at a total of about $7.6 million for those increases. We did want to point out that as of February of 2026, inflation rate was 2.4%. So your 3% of midpoint is right on there. Same as your new hire salary would be the same. Just from a little bit of informational standpoint of how we do a market adjustment, there's 3 basic steps to it. We talk a lot between pay grades and positions and what the difference is in doing a market study for a pay grade versus that of a position. The two are very closely tied together. TASB provides us market data for about 100 positions, whereas LISD, based on our size and actually our uniqueness, we have over 200 different positions. So not all of our positions have an exact TASB match. So what we do is we start off with those that have an exact match based on what TASB uses is a defined job function and how it matches up with our job description's primary purpose. Some things such as an attendance clerk are very easy because the function is matching our primary purpose for positions such as that. Many other positions that we have, there's not a direct TASB match, so the way that we benchmark those is we compare those based on that primary function or primary purpose of the job descriptions with a benchmark position to TASB with our positions that are not benchmarked to TASB. We use what's called, as recommended by TASB several years ago, the whole job ranking method, which is based on these following compensable factors. So as you're looking at those job descriptions, you look at positions that are very similar or close with that level of those bullet points you see there. The last step then is to look at each individual that is within that pay grade. Let me back up. All of those positions there that we would group together that are alike, they would all be grouped into the same pay grade. Then the individual salaries looked at within the pay grade. Right now we use 2% of the minimum pay for each year that they have in the position to determine if their individual salary is at the market value based on their experience. So with that, a couple of recommendations we have for future market adjustment, that these would focus on positions that are below 95%, not just the pay grades. Market review, of course, we would need to conduct a more detailed to get you an actual cost. But some of the pay grades that we need to look at for consideration are safety and security. Our administrative professional job family, we did take care of a lot of those positions, but some of those matching positions that did not have a direct TASB match still probably need to be looked at. The administrative support positions at an AS 250 and higher, that's basically secretaries, campus secretaries, and administrative secretaries, and higher pay grades. Our facility services licensed positions, such as electricians, HVAC, others, remain constantly competitive to look at. And I may add right in there that we just do look at LISD or with other school districts. We don't look outside at what that competition is. Our transportation department, after 1 year, we think we should probably take a look at that and see where we fall and there's a lot of unique things that everyone's talked about, so that's an important one. And then technology looks really good. We've kept very competitive with that, thanks to the market study a few years ago. There are a couple of positions that are constantly moving, and they are those two pay grades. So we've kind of fallen behind the 95% on those couple of positions.
So with that, we also looked at additional positions. One of the things we had a conversation about was our principal salaries and the difference between being in the market, at 95% of the market, and how that relates to being competitive with our surrounding districts. So we looked at some numbers. Our elementary principals are currently at 97% of the market, but to bring them to 100% of the market to make it a little bit more competitive, it would cost us $75,000 to do that. Middle school, they're currently at 97% of the market. We would need $60,000 to bring them to 100% of the market. And high school are currently at 95% of the market and would need $30,000. So in all, the total cost for that, if we wanted to bring them to 100% of the market for a competitive factor, we would need about $165,000. Another area we just wanted to bring to your attention, we don't have the 26, 27 starting salaries of our surrounding districts yet. Most people are in this process and deciding what that will be. So we gave you a list of where we landed this year. You will see that our starting salary for teachers this year is $62,525. We're kind of in the middle, a little on the lower end, but if we were to get a board-approved 3%, we'd move up to the 64 and some change. I think it was 64.5. And again, you would have to consider that would bring us up, but you have to consider what the other districts are doing and what they're considering with that. You also asked us to look last month at our special needs, critical needs stipends. We are currently at our special education critical needs stipend is $3,000. According to the market, it should be $3,500. That does bring it to 85.7% of the market. So we would propose that at $3,500. That estimated cost would be $19,000. And because you so graciously change the master stipend to $1,500, we would need to look at the doctorate stipend, because now the doctorate stipend is lower than the master stipend. So the doctorate stipend is currently $1,200. To align with what we did with masters, we are proposing a $500 increase, because that's what we did with the masters. So the market's $1,650, but to be consistent, we are proposing to bring it to $1,700 at a cost of $55,000. And then just to follow up about the school improvement compensation we've had over the last couple of months, we really don't have any changes to that proposal from last month. We are working on an FAQ document that you all talked about in order to be consistent. If we were to vote on this, approve it, and put it into play, we would certainly have, we heard you, everything would be outlined before we put it into place. But you did ask us, I think Ms. Taylor, you asked us to consider those campuses that were previously in F that had moved out of that. So we added that. It essentially was 3 campuses. So that doubled. We told you last time it would cost us $610,000. It would cost us $1.2 million if we included that. And then finally, we did discuss an increase to the benefits contribution. So here's the fun on that. You all last month pretty much were interested in the $400 contribution for all plans and getting rid of our tiered plan with all the different amounts that we contribute to each plan. Right now, our total annual expenditure that's expected is almost $16.2 million. If you were to increasing the district contribution to $400 for all plans, these are some things that would allow us to stand out in our competition. We would be a leader among the districts. As I told you last time, there was not a lot of districts that are paying that amount. It would provide equity among all of our plans, whether you chose employee only, employee family, employee and spouse. It would allow our employee-only plan to decrease by $74. And I have to remind you, we still don't have new rates yet for 26, 27, and we won't have them till the beginning of August. It would allow us to budget effectively, and then, of course, hopefully would have a positive impact on our premiums for 26, 27, not knowing what that's going to look like with TRS. So our estimate, what we think, we believe that it would be an additional $2 million more than what we currently spend. And then with that, I'll turn it back over to finance.
All right, so I'll just summarize what we just discussed. And so this is similar to what you saw last month, but we start off with what our adopted deficit was for fiscal year 26, which was $2.8 million. The board previously approved market adjustments for fiscal year 26 of about $3.8 million. We talked about projected funding decrease due to losing disaster pennies, but also ADA decline of $13 million. Looking at special ed program investments and partnerships, that would be about $30.2 million for next year. And then we chose option 2A for the salary increase, which is the higher amount for this illustration. So that's $7.6 million. Benefit increase, which is option 2, would be $2 million. So you'll see what the total deficit would be before we start looking at any budget reductions or other resources for next year. As Claudia mentioned, we're receiving the campus budgets for next year later this month. Department budgets will be due in May. So we'll look at those. We know the campus budgets will decrease a little bit because of enrollment decline. But we'll also look at other district-wide accounts. We believe that we can reduce at least $2 million from those at this time. We believe we'll have about $4.2 million of savings from right-sizing campus staffing to match up with the enrollment decline. Changing the fill rate to 97% would be a savings of $7.4 million. Earlier, we talked about the fiscal year 26 savings of almost $12 million. So if we use some of that to offset for fiscal year 27, kind of bridge the gap before we get into the legislative session. And then there would be additional revenue opportunities. That could be additional rental income. It could be tuition that we receive from the special ed program. Also, we reduced the natatorium rental budget this year, and so we can increase that back. I think we decreased it $200,000 to $250,000, and so we could increase that back. So that would be $1.5 million. And then right now, there could be additional land sales or other options that we could have other resources that could help reduce that deficit. So taking all those items into account, right now we'd be looking at a potential deficit of about $7.4 million, which would be a little bit more than 1% of our adopted budget.
All right, so for further feedback this evening, what we would need is how are we doing with option 2 or 2A on compensation, along with the feedback on benefits, the principals, the special ed, the critical needs stipend, the doctorate stipend. As you saw this evening, and we all know, compensation is a constantly moving landscape. And for all the ground you make up with what we just did with fiscal year 26, you already have to look at what moved on us between that and now. And so I appreciate the team constantly analyzing that so that we can continue to be bringing things forward for consideration. Our timeline specifically is to have this round of discussion tonight. Any further questions, anything else we need to hone in on? Obviously, we're getting closer to that fiscal year 27 forecast this evening from the perspective of where might the deficit land. And then we have one last round of discussion at the May work session with the goal of bringing forward a compensation plan at the May regular meeting so that we can communicate something to staff before they leave for the summer and get all that communication out, which does take the team time, especially if we have a differentiated approach by tiers of staff members. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam President, for feedback and questions.
You have a question, Dr. Barker?
Actually, I have 2 questions.
Yeah?
Can I ask 2 questions?
You can ask 2 questions, then I'm going to go around the horn.
Okay.
I'm going to just say this. Ask your questions. Are there any other questions that need to be asked? Okay. And then I'm just going to go around the horn, around the table, and let you all say what you think.
So my first question, I appreciate you bringing up Title I and how that works. I've noticed that our economically disadvantaged percentage has been going down the last couple of years. We had kind of a hinge point at 22, 23 at 37.5%, and it's been kind of ticking down since then. Do we anticipate it's going to tick down further, and are we projecting any budget challenges because of that?
One of the main reasons why it's been ticking down, it's because of some waivers that were created during COVID that are now phased out. And so hopefully, I don't anticipate this going down any further. I think we should see either a flat, line or ticking up, to be honest with you. As far as funding, it's going to depend on the federal government.
Well, that's fun to rely on.
Yeah, we just got an email during this meeting saying that it's been proposed to reduce federal funding again, so it's out of our hands.
Oh, if only we had more crystal balls, right? And then, Ms. Cobb, what has been the effect that you've seen of these below market? I mean, I have some things people tell me that they may not have taken a job because of pay, but what's the effect that you're seeing of some of these below market positions?
Not being able to be competitive with our surrounding districts. So when you've got a smaller pool of candidates, and I'm not just talking teachers, I could be talking HVAC, I could be talking, your facility services guys, anyone, when they've got 2 and 3 offers there and everyone needs money, they are going to go with the higher rate and the higher amount. So I would say the number one thing that I see is the ability to fill our positions.
So we've lost out on candidates that we wanted to hire, that went through the process, wanted to come to us, but didn't sign the bottom line because it was below market.
We were unable to compete with salaries, offers that they had from other positions. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The one comment I would make, given the progress you all made with the market adjustments you did, because we went a couple of years with not doing any market adjustments. So it will be much better if we tackle these in little bits every single year as they come up and not let them pile up on you like what we faced this cycle, and that will help with that competitiveness.
Like we're doing with the bus fleet, right? Do a little bit at a time so you don't have to replace the whole thing at the same time.
Dr. Taylor.
I had, thank you, Madam President. I had a question about the Title I allotment, and I guess not even sure if it's going to be around, and definitely not at the same rate, but is it $500, is it for every student enrolled in a Title I school?
It's $500 for each low socioeconomic student enrolled at those.
Oh, okay, got it. That was
Yes.
my question. I was
Yes.
like, do you just get it, even if you're not economically disadvantaged?
No.
Okay, understood. And then my other one was probably more of a point, with the, of course, struggle with, I think anybody, especially an accountant, passing a deficit budget of any amount. But you struggle with not paying your people, right? Because you have a retention issue. Sounds like you have a recruitment and hiring issue when you don't take care of those things. But I noticed that even with the 3% raise that we feel comfortable with, I mean, most of that is eaten up by inflation. I think I saw in there it was 2.4%.
2.4% as of February.
Which is, I know, and I know it's the right thing to do, but then, you struggle on the other side because you're like, we need a money tree or something. I don't know, some way to make money, and we don't sell widgets. I guess I hadn't said that in a while. So, but yeah, okay, that's my question.
My one question is your assumption for 27 with a 99% tax collection, because that's what we had assumed for this year, and we're behind $2 million on that. So that's my question.
And we can look to see how historically we've fared the last few years. Current year has been fairly close. It's our prior year collections that bring that down. So current year and prior year is really uncertain. I mean, going back to the crystal ball. Yeah, and so, but we can definitely take a look at that and get that information to the board where we've been the last few years.
Anybody want to start? I'll let you start, Dr. Parker.
I'll start. I'm really torn between 2 and 2A, but I'm sorry. I was afraid I needed to stop. I got distracted. I'm going to lean towards 2A because I think it's really hard to not see an increase. Even though I know they've already been given an increase by the state, it's just really hard to go 2 years without seeing anything. So I lean in that direction. I'm still going to be a little more conservative on benefits. I'm going to take the 2A on salary and say let's be more conservative on benefits. I do think that we need to look at these market adjustments in stipends and with principals. I know that it's only going to get more challenging to hire, especially principals. There's a short bench in a lot of places for leaders, and education's not the easiest place to be right now. And so I think it's just going to continue to be harder to find good people to lead our campuses. And we need good people to lead our campuses. And I want us to be competitive so that when we find the right person, we can hire them and not lose them to another district. So that's my input.
Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I lean in the same area. I will say, though, when the list came through, I was, I don't know, thinking I might find something that I would be like, oh, we can wait on that, or that's not something we should do right now. And I never got there, with all the options that were for the stipends, because I feel like all of them are important and really should be done. And then when you mentioned that the doctorate, not saying because, I'm a doctor and whatnot, but when you mentioned that they were making less than masters now with that, I mean, you have to do it. And then we've been talking for several board meetings about turning campuses around and all of that. So I feel like an incentive is needed there to help that process. But I also think from a retention standpoint, it's probably important to recognize those that turned around before we got into this crisis, right? To retain them, because what we don't want is for anybody to leave during this process and end up with schools that are back into the turnaround, needing turnaround. And then I think there was something else. I don't see anything that we can cut. Again, I'm torn because the $7 million, and then when you increase the salary, it's not like it's a one-year thing. This will be in our budget going forward, and we'll have to meet that. But I guess with everything that I know, I would go for the 2A and hope for the best, I guess.
Seeing no volunteers, I will volunteer you, Ms. Lopez.
Yeah, you're between a rock and a hard place, right? Thank you for working and reworking the numbers. I appreciate it. And I think I'm with Dr. Taylor, where you go through the list and you're like, okay, waiting for what we can wait on. And to your credit, you've already done that. You've tried to work and rework the numbers. And everything here is substantive, it's meaningful, and yeah, I would agree. I don't think I have any questions. I am leaning toward option 2A as well, as much as it hurts. And just think that, to your point, Dr. Parker, it's really tough to go 2 years. If it was 1 year, okay, tough, but it's 2 years in a row, and that makes it really difficult for me. And when our our campuses that are struggling the most with those turnaround plans. Retention is a huge piece of that. One of the things that we're focusing on at those campuses is making sure that those teachers stay there and that we have that consistency, and that retention piece is a really big thing for me. So I am leaning towards option 2A.
Do you have anything on benefits or any of the other stipends?
Yeah, like on the stipends, I am for each of those stipends. And what slide is the benefits on? Sorry. Thank you. I don't know if it was Dr. Barker or Dr. Taylor that already mentioned it. I think it was Dr. Barker, just wanting to be more conservative on benefits if we're talking about that increase in the salaries and the stipends. That's my 2 cents.
We'll take it. We'll take it. We need it. Ms. Lasan?
You just jumping around? Okay. It's okay. I am leaning towards option 2. I think, and then I'm also leaning towards the benefits, the benefit increase. And the reason why is I think that the benefit increase will ultimately affect everyone, even though the the bit in the middle, we're talking about these years, 10 and up, we're talking about giving them, in 2A, they get some money. Well, they will feel some money to the benefits too. So I think I would personally rather see the $2 million spent there than in the salaries. I'm completely fine with market adjustments to RAP's point about, really when you're talking about $165K for principals, for an example, that's a drop in the proverbial bucket. I mean, that's really not much. And to that end, because it's such a small drop in the bucket, the special ed stipends at $19,000. So you're saying that the $3,500 would put them at 85.7% of the market?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, what would put them at 100% of the market, and why didn't we look at that?
We can run those numbers.
I
We
think
were being
need to look-
conservative
I
based
think
on
we
everything.
need to look at that, because that's like a
Yeah.
drop in the bucket, really. I
Okay.
mean, honestly, and we always struggle there.
We will certainly run those numbers and get 100%.
Okay, and I guess the only other thing that I would say is I still just want to see, I know we're not there yet with the school improvement compensation. I'm not where I could vote for that yet. I need to see a more laid out, version of that. I just don't know that I can support that yet. And was that all we needed to, that was it, right? Yes, okay, that's it.
Ms. Alcatab?
I see where you're coming from the option 2 to option 2A, because that's where I've kind of also been contemplating, because it is a $2 million amount, which is also the same as that benefit amount that we're looking for. And so that's kind of where I'm also struggling, which option do you go from salary, and who would, I guess it comes down to who would benefit from it most and who has the most reach. And I know that even though those teachers in the upper 6+ have received those compensations because of the raises, we need to retain them. And I think that's my biggest concern is I interact with a lot of teachers across the district and even in other districts, and one of the biggest pieces is I've been in this district, I've given you 10, 15, 20, I mean, we've heard some people even tonight, and if we're not compensating them and keeping them and, I don't want to say rewarding them, but, taking care of them, because that's going to help us with our over-delivers. It's going to help us train those new teachers that are coming in. It's going to help fill that back end that we're struggling with. And hopefully, maybe they'll start moving into that principal thing that we're looking at. And so I'm leaning more towards the 2A for that purpose, in making sure that we are taking care of our own and keeping them and retaining them and using them as a good guided resource. As far as the stipends, principals, to me, it's a no-brainer as well. I like that Ms. Lasan brought up about why don't we look at the 100%? I'm curious. That way we do bring them up to market like everybody else, so I think that would be definitely something I would be interested in seeing. And then the doctorate, I mean, we need to. We did it for masters. We need to make sure that they've put all their blood, sweat, and tears, and they're getting rewarded for that. And as far as benefits, you know, I'm still kind of on that struggle bus. It's that $2 million, but at the same time, I'm not quite there yet because I don't know, because we also don't know what's going to happen with benefits. I mean, we could see a huge increase where that's not even really going to make a difference. And we could also see no increase where it's going to make a huge difference. And so I think that's where I'm just kind of struggling with that benefit piece. I just don't feel that we have enough information to make that decision yet, unfortunately. And I think I covered it.
Ms. Sells.
I too am leaning toward 2A. I've never had a conversation with anybody about what their benefits were. Never. Every conversation begins with what the pay is. And for whatever reason, I believe that's where people, I think that the decisions made around this table is where people find their worth in that bottom, in the dollar of their salary. And I may be completely wrong on that. But once again, I've never had a conversation on somebody about what they're paying for benefits and what we're paying. And I know that that's important. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that those that we are retaining, and especially in those years, I don't want to lose anybody, but especially those experienced teachers. And so that's my lean there. I am too cautious about the benefits. It's always so hard right now because we don't know what's going to happen. So I want to see what the information is. I'm going through these slides too, if that's the easiest. All for the principals adjustments, for the market adjustments. I'm very curious about the special ed. Those are the people that I hear from. Every year I have a whole group of special ed friends in the district that are telling me this is the last year. This is the last year. And some of them, it's come over to a second or third year. But that's their mindset every year going in. This last year. Can't do it anymore. And so I think that that's really important for us to look at that as far as market. And where do we say you're important in those classrooms? This computer's driving me crazy tonight. Sorry. The doctorate stipend, yeah. I mean, how can you not? And I need more information on the school improvement compensation. I believe that they're going to do the work, and that they are very deserving of it. But at the same time, those of us around this table, we have got to balance. And so I'm still probably on the fence a little bit about that. The benefits follow-up, I think I've already covered that. And was that the last one? Yes, there I am.
All right. 2A, I still think the benefits are really low. I think you're going to come in. I think that $400 that's going to cost us $2 million, I think it's going to be about a $16. That's what it's been traditionally when you look at it. And so I think that we're going to end up doing it. So just buckle up. because that's what's coming. And what I would say to that about benefits, and I agree, Ms. Sells, I've had very few talks about benefits, but I do remember when we didn't do an increase in benefits, and we did a pay increase, but it was a pay cut for some of our people. So it is like a seesaw, and I don't believe you can't have one without the other. I don't know where this money tree is coming from. Apparently you have found one. Because I was looking at the area teacher starting salary. And I want to say something about HEB because I know why they are always the top one. And it's because they are fine with 30 to 31 kids in an elementary classroom. And they tell you that. They're very proud of how many waivers they go out for. So whereas we would not have, if we had 70 students, where we would have up to 4 teachers, HEB might have 2. And that is why they have the top salary. And that to me is, I will just say, I don't believe that is a beneficial learning environment, and I appreciate the strategies that we take as a district, that when we do go for a waiver, we try really hard to go from no more than 1. There's always a set of twins that move in and want to be in the same classroom, and that's usually our 24. So that is something that, and I think that has started to become a practice at some of those districts with the higher salaries. So while we may not have the top salaries, I would say that we have what I would call a manageable classroom. So I want to kind of just put that out in the universe and remind our teachers that we're not putting 30 children in your classrooms. I believe, and I agree with Ms. Lasan, that, $19,000, no offense. We could double that and probably get closer to the 100% for that. School improvement, we don't need it. There's that. We may not need to spend that money. That's where I'm at. I'd like for it not to be something that we budget for. I don't want to budget for school improvement because I have confidence in the teachers in this district that we won't need it. And I think I covered everything because I'm good with all the stipends. Did I cover everything? Making sure. All right. Thanks for the good cheer you all bring. Thank you. We appreciate the hard work. I do appreciate the work. And by the way, congratulations on your election. Next up is the technology report. Dr. Garicani.
Good evening, President Prosnick, Dr. Rapp, and Board of Trustees. Very exciting to follow all of that wonderful fanfare. So I will be as brief as I possibly can. It is it's been 6 months since last time you got your comprehensive bond update on technology for the technology bond program. Starting with 2017 bond, not much has changed, if anything at all. In fact, this is the way the bond program laid out. I'm just going to jump right through this slide, and now to this slide. This is really all you need to know. We have current future projects where we brought you year 4 renewal of the enterprise agreement licensing for our phone system. We'll have year 5 coming later on in probably another 8 to 10 months. We're still in the midst, obviously, of the Skyward SIS upgrade, and as a part of that, we've got some salaries, we've got the upgrade process, just some limited funding tied to help guarantee success of the project, and then there's some funds left over for shared technology, MacBook carts, the lockers that you've seen on campus, the lock-and-charge lockers that you've seen on campus, all of that. And we're sitting at about 5.2. That number is really 5.4 if you remember from the last month's reporting. I do apologize that number doesn't reflect that, and that was due to the revenue generated from the Apple residual value, okay? And that's 2017. So any questions about 2017? All right. So we'll get that next one up. And as long as I can still see the screen and I don't have to look at my computer, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Gavin. All right, so 2023 bond, same thing. So we've got 3 slides here. These are the items that have been completed. Not much change there. You've seen this list. We have some items that are kind of in that substantially completed phase that Mr. Fight was talking about, except his is construction. So like on this slide where it says in progress, that first bullet under network infrastructure, classroom AV refresh for the 25-26, we're wrapping that up. You all approved the second cell classroom AV last month, and we'll be doing a number of campus upgrades. This is where the new interactive panels will go into the remaining schools, with the exception of those that are under construction or having construction. And then ongoing in future, well, let me back up a second. Okay, it's not there. So ongoing in future, we're just going to continue with our program-specific technology replacements and our 4th and 9th grade iPads. That's really that. And there's some other plans for wireless network upgrade. And then we're finishing up the SIS, and on this slide, in progress, y'all approved this back in the fall, the time tracking module. That installation is occurring this summer. So any questions about the 2023 bond? I know I kind of jetted through that. All right, so we'll continue on for what we expect to get in front of you for this month. So we have the item for the stadium press box. I think on your copy it still says engineering. It just needs to say products and services. So it's the final approval, so we can finally award this to a contractor integrator and start the process of installing new sound systems in our football stadiums at all 5 high schools. And then we have the technology specific replacements. Just so you know, the specific areas impacted here are like middle school STEM programs, tech apps, high school business lab, central office staff, campus office staff, health services, child nutrition, safety and security, our Raptor systems, and our library media services computers. So this is technology that's above and beyond or kind of outside of the standard for like iPads for students and things of that nature. And then of course we have the 4th and 9th. This will be our 3rd year to do this, kind of where we're phasing in every year. And so this was delayed because this was meant to come to you last month, but this was delayed and it actually will come to you as a discussion item next month. We were anticipating a potential announcement of a new iPad from Apple. They didn't really release anything new, so we're going to stick with the Generation 11 iPad. So that's essentially, and so this item and the technology specific will come to you for discussion again in May. So let's go ahead and get to next steps. So all you're going to see on consent for next week is the stadium press box sound systems, okay? And then in May, you'll have these 3 items coming. Now we're going to add wireless network access point upgrade project along with 4th and 9th and program-specific technology, and then it'll be in your May consent items. Any questions? I know that was like rapid fire. Yes. Also, thank you to the community for supporting technology bonds and these programs. We do need to use technology for some things, and so we're grateful to have that. And thank you for your continued support of the programs.
We thank you for your work in keeping us on track.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is the Legal Services Report, Board Policy GE Local. Ms. Bay.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Rapp. I am here before you to bring proposed revisions to Board Policy GE, which is our Booster Club policy. The Board Policy Committee met on February 16th and had many changes to consider and lively discussion, all of which has been codified in a track changes policy that is in your board book. There are many changes, mostly just to be transparent with our boosters, to outline the training and make sure that we are making the best decisions for the district. So Dr. Barker is chair of that committee, so I'm sure she would like to talk, but I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I will just add that while it deals with booster organizations. It also includes language around our PTAs and PTSAs so that we're on the same page with all of our organizations. And thank you to my fellow committee members, Ms. Sells and Ms. Prosnick, for all of their feedback and lively conversation.
Dr. Taylor.
Madam President, I just had a question a little bit about the process. Did we have some best practice sort of information from other districts, or what was the process, I guess, for updating?
Okay. Yes, we did look at some of our neighboring friendly districts and some of their practices. We also had a pretty robust training process for our boosters. It just was not codified in policy. So along with that policy, our board has an interest in developing an administrative regulation, which we will start working on as soon as this is passed, and meeting with those different department leaders and Dr. Rapp, and have that for you to view as well.
Started finding out when things aren't required, people tend not to do them. So that's what I would say on that. You mentioned administration regulation. Dr. Rapp, do you want to speak to any of those?
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, I have a robust set of notes about what should belong in the administrative regulations for this. I was speaking with Ms. Bay about that actually earlier, and the regulations would allow us really to put a lot of things that people might put in guidelines, but really associate the regulations directly with policy. So for instance, in order to be an approved partner of the district through a booster club or PTA, you would need to attend the training, the president and the principal in this instance. We've been working on that, but having that in a regulation would put some additional support behind it. So, we talked about multiple signers on checks, for instance, that there would be different criteria in the administrative regulation that would indicate you are a healthy and trained up either booster club or PTA, and that would really be the purpose of the administrative regulations.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Anything else? Thank you so much, Ms. Bay.
Yes, I forgot to note that this is just the first read.
That's right.
And it will be back before you in consent on Monday.
Yay. Next is the Board of Trustees report. First up is the 26-27 audit recommendations, and I will turn that over to the audit chair, Vice President Catherine Sells.
Thank you, Madam President. It's pretty clear on here why an audit was not done this year. As we all know, the audit committee, we did look at the things that were done and tried to move them into a continuing status. But then we also knew that the previous boards or people that sit around this board had really wanted to move forward with another internal audit. And so, as you can see, those are the internal audits that were conducted thus far: co-curricular, construction management, governance, employee services, human resources, facility services, PEMS, program management, student services, procurement, and contracts. A communications audit was done, but it was prior to this. So that is one of the things that what the audit committee really needs at this point in time is a direction from the entire board on, do we want to proceed for next year? If we do, we need to go ahead and get an RFP out there for a company that would do an internal audit. And if not, I think that now that we're moving into a second year, it needs to go beyond the committee to make that decision, that an audit is not going to be done based on whatever you want to say, but with our financial status, we could do an RFP and see what it's going to cost. But we also need to decide what we would do an audit on. And so there are some things that are left. Once I said communications, I think was done probably 14, 13, 14.
14 presented in 15.
Yeah, done in 14, presented in 15. There's also transportation, but we see we're still new. Would that be a wise use of our funds to do something when we're already, I feel like we've already got our thumbs on it? you know, to a point. So if there's something else, and I'll let Dr. Rapp jump in if she, was there anything from the original that we had listed? I couldn't get into my notes.
I can definitely go back and look at that risk assessment that Gibson did and see.
I looked through, yeah, it
We
would be.
tackled a lot of areas, and we have, you know, to the point about transportation, as y'all saw on the tracker, there are transportation items identified, and some of those will actually probably be easier to accomplish now that we have it in-house than what it would have been with a contractor.
Yeah.
So, you know, it is, we've got, of course, our schedule that Dr. Fitzhugh oversees from that perspective as well. I can't remember what program evals are up internally for us in the next year or two, but that might be something we could follow up with the full board on as well.
And I think that maybe we as a board need to know the RFP, could this be delayed to our board retreat for a full discussion? Or would you want it to?
So in the past, how it was done is that we chose firms.
Right.
Right, we did an RFP and we had like a choice of 2 or 3 firms to choose from. And so then once it was decided, and I'm just going to make one up, that we were going to do a communications audit, then we would send that out to those 3 firms, and then those 3 firms would come back with their cost and scope. And then from that, the committee then presented it to the board for the board to approve. We just, if we're going to do it, we just need to have it done in time for the budget, more than anything else. I would say this to the communications audit that was done. That was done more to see what, it was more of an internal communications audit than it was an external communication. It was more about, it was about more employee to employee. I was a participant. I was not on the board at that time. I was a participant in that audit process. But that's been the process in the past. So if you wanted to do an RFP, you would have to, part of it is you have to, if you need to already have the companies, we already have that. I don't know, and I would need to go back and look if we approved them again, because we had in the past, they were on a 3-year cycle.
Right.
And so I don't know if their time has run out or not.
I don't know that he ever got back to me on that.
Okay.
I believe I did ask.
Okay. So that, I mean, that's where we are on that. If they're still active, then that's a lot easier. If the committee wants to recommend an area that they believe would be beneficial with audit. I think what would be good to have on this slide, is to have next to the risk assessments ones, the year that we did do them. Because like we've done PEMS and we've done facility services and we've done procurement. So there are some that have already been done, but I think it would be helpful to see on this information slide the years that they were done going forward. I just think that would be helpful as an information.
I do agree on that. Well, would anybody on the board like to give a suggestion on, is it the communications or do we go a different route? Is there something, I mean, these are in
I think that
order.
What would be beneficial to see is, as Dr. Rapp said, to see what we're already up against as far as what are we doing with special education and with those audits. What are we looking at there? Because one of the things that I would say that I think we've done really well is we've tried not to overtax a department.
Absolutely.
So that would be, I think getting that kind of a schedule of what's going on would be beneficial.
So if we could have whether those audit companies are still under contract. And that I don't have the documentation for that. Dr. Bonner handed me a file, but that has not been.
Okay. Yeah, for sure, we can we will identify that. I've got the risk assessment matrix up here on my computer, just looking Yes. at it. You've got areas, you know, of student services, safety and security, CTE, school operations, risk management. So there's quite a few areas listed there, but I can definitely follow up with Sarah, and we'll put in the update just where are we on what we are obligated to do from a TEA perspective and what we're doing next. Okay?
And then could you include the dates that these were done?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That would be easy, and then we'll move forward from there.
Next up is Board Committee update. We've heard from the Audit Committee. Naming Committee has, I know, a few things. Ms. Lasan.
Yes, so this past, well, I guess been like 2 weeks ago now, I don't know. The new, there's now a form on our website where people can go and submit naming requests. And thank you to Dr. Miller, there you are, and her team for getting that up and going. And it also has a link to the new policy. Thank you to the Policy Committee for doing that, that we have updated. So we had a few things in the requests out there, and so I reached out to those that did the requests and have them resubmit them. We've already had one come in that will be on the agenda on Monday, and so we'll provide some more information then.
Very good. I love the new template. Bob, or Board Operating Procedures.
It's such a great little acronym. Thank you, Madam President. The Board Operating Procedures Committee, which is myself and Ms. Lopez and Dr. Taylor, have been meeting and working over the last month or so. And we took all of your feedback on edits to the purpose and responsibilities of each of the board committees, as well as timelines for either key activities, meetings, or when things need to come before the whole board. And took all of that and synthesized it into a document that we are recommending to be added to our current BOP, and then can be a part of the regular BOP revision process in the future. So that is there available for you. Please let us know if you have any feedback. We will bring it back next week.
Thank you very much. DCAD, I will just tell you, they're meeting this Thursday. They will be voting on Place 4. We nominated Dr. Bonner. They did not list the nominees that entities sent in, so I do not know how many names they're going to be considering on Thursday. But if you have nothing better to do at 3 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, you can head on up to Denton for their meeting. The next thing it's somewhat of some new business, and that is that I had the opportunity over spring break to meet with Jason Ford, who is the president of the Frisco Economic Development Corporation for the city of Frisco. Frisco ISD has a board position on that board, and it was a part of our conversation, and because of that, and I was very grateful for him bringing me to the table. I won't lie, I've asked for it for 10 years and took 10 years, but I was very grateful. We had a really good conversation. I think he was very impressed with some of the things that we're doing that are not available in Frisco ISD. He was also amenable to us being on their giant video board that they have at their offices in Frisco. But that meeting was all fine and well, but we have 6 cities where we have schools, and I think we need to be partnering better with our cities. Lewisville and Carrollton gave their penny up to the DART, so they do not have an economic development corporation in the way that the Colony does, in the way that Frisco does. I do not know about Highland Village. I couldn't find anything. They all have an economic development part of their city, but I don't know if they have like something that hands out some cash. And I think that as a board, we need to be part of those conversations. I will give you an example of what happens in Frisco. If you want to move to Frisco, they take you to Frisco ISD schools. It's part of their tour. They then sit you down with the Frisco Education Foundation. It's part of their tour. It's part of how they bring people into the city. And I think that we are missing opportunities by not having a seat at the table with these cities. And I think we're missing opportunities to spread the positive work of what we do here. I think we're missing opportunities of making connections for our kids. I think we're missing opportunities for networking, for career, from everything from career out to other opportunities. And so I would like, this doesn't need to be like a 9-person thing, but we have people that sit around this table that live in all of these communities. And I think it would behoove us to form what I like to call 6 subcommittees, if you will, of going to the cities and, I guess, asking to be better partners and asking for them to include us at the table when they're talking to people coming, when they're talking to businesses, and when they're talking about development. Infrastructure is going to be a really big part of the legislature next year because there's no water down in Corpus Christi. I don't know if you've seen the photos. But I believe that public education is part of the infrastructure. And I think that we need to be at the table having these discussions. So that is just something I wanted to bring forward about having conversations. I had a conversation with Richard Boyer from the Colony, who was very honest and said he didn't, and I agreed about sitting on the board if you don't live in the Colony and having a vote, which is a very fair observation. But perhaps sitting as an advisory person on the board, on their Economic Development Corporation boards. I think that could be a step in the right direction. So I'm going to try and move forward with that with Frisco. And I think that that is something that we could all do in our respective cities where we live. Once again, Carrollton and Lewisville have given their penny to DART. I don't know how they're feeling about that right now, but that's what, so they don't have, but they do have, obviously, part of their city staff that does look for new businesses, et cetera. So that is just something I wanted to bring to the board and see if you all were amenable to do that, to go out and be part of those discussions more than anything else. Yay, nay?
Yes. No, I just wanted to go on my committee because I did not respond to your text yesterday. No, you're good.
Please, go.
My apologies before you move on. So from the Advocacy Committee, I just wanted to really quick touch base. Multiple of us, Madison Lopez, myself, Catherine Sells, State Dr. Barker, we all attended the recent TASB Grassroots, where we're kind of starting to put those pieces together and being a part of that conversation and making sure that we have representation and pushing forward what we believe is important advocacy policies going forward. It is in the timeline that the Advocacy Committee will start brainstorming within this next month or so in regards to policies moving forward with our board and what priorities we're pushing. As you remember, one action, one ask is ours now. We also have partnered with the LAC Council of PTAs in holding some legislative meetings with some of our legislators. We have met with Tan Parker. President Prosnick was present for that. We are providing a tour for him at our tech center coming up next month. We also have on the schedule to meet with Representative Baumgardner and Representative Hayes in the next week for both of them. So we're inviting all of our legislators, all of our senators to come in to see our schools, to have conversations with us. We're making those calls, and we are hoping that they will take us up on that offer.
Ms. Sells?
That just reminded me, on the 18th of this month, I will be headed to Austin for TASB's Legislative Advocacy Committee meeting. And so those of you that were at the grassroots, or if you weren't and you have something that you want me to fight for in that meeting, please send me an email. So before that meeting time.
All right. Moving on to action items. Consideration and possible action regarding the order of cancellation for the May 2nd, 2026 trustee election for single-member District 4. Dr. Rapp.
Yes, Madam President, members of the board, you all approved an order of election on February 9th to conduct a general election for the new single-member district. Place 4, the election is scheduled for May 2nd of 2026. The filing period closed on February 13th of 2026, and the deadline for write-in candidates passed on February 17th. Only one candidate applied to run for this position. As such, TEC Section 2.053 and 2.081 provide that an election of an unopposed candidate may be canceled if a governing body receives a written certification of a candidate's unopposed status and orders the cancellation. So a certification of unopposed candidates was attached for your review in board book in accordance with this Texas election code.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion? Dr. Taylor.
Madam President, I move that the board approve order of cancellation for the May 2nd, 2026 trustee election for single-member District 4 as recommended by administration.
Is there a second? Ms. Alcatab? The only thing I would add is I had them do the math. By only having one election for place 5, we are going to have a savings of $26,103. So there you go. I just paid for the stipends for special education. With that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. The vote carries 7-0. The board will now convene in a closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 072, 074, 0821, and 089. The time is now 10:32 p.m. We are back on the record in open session, having returned from closed session. The time is now 11:38 p.m. If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 11:38. Have a pleasant what's left of the evening and a good morning. Michelle,